If you look at, you see that we have the least temperature between July and October. Clearly, this is the Kharif season, and this period, the temperature is low, January or February, and this eventually will have a potential impact on the hydrogen, or sorry, on the renewable energy that we're going to generate. Now, we measure the wind speed. Now, this shows the variation in the wind speed that we measure throughout the year in Salalah. You can also see a trend in the wind curve. And you can see that during this period of Kharif, the wind is more. We all experience a lot of wind, high wind. And potentially, it will have some impact, which we are going to see in the hybrid energy generation. Now, we consider two different hybrid arrangements. Now, the first thing we considered was adding the generator, the grid. We connected the whole system to the grid. Now, the wind turbine. Now, the second one, we excluded the grid as well as the wind turbine. And then we try to do the analysis and see the one that can provide the best energy that we require. Now, based on this, we can see here in figure 6 that the amount of energy that is produced or electricity that is produced by these two arrangements, while the red is the consumption that is required in the whole community to, to meet their demand that is required. Now, the blue one or surplus energy that is produced, because potentially sometimes when we have a hybrid energy arrangement, now sometimes the system can produce more energy that is required. Now, when the excess energy is produced, and the excess is actually stored in the grid or so to the grid, depending on the project objective. And we can see that figure 6 clearly shows the production, the usage, and asset by these two hybrid arrangements. It can be seen that the production is more than the demand load for the PV system arrangement. And the consumption is equal in all of them because the amount of energy that is required is met by the two hybrid arrangement, which is very interesting. Now, if you look at table 1, we can see that we have the capital cost, the operating cost, the replacing cost, and the reserve for operating both hybrid energy system. You can see also here, clearly see here that the PV, the DG, wind turbine, the grid battery system has more capital, but it can be, it can be due to the number of components that are incorporated in this system compared to the second hybrid system that has less components. So potentially, the more the component, the more the capital cost to buy those equipment. So that's why we have a higher capital cost for the first hybrid arrangement, second one. And then if you look at the operating cost, it's also the potential. You see that the increase in the operating cost of this system compared to the other one. But the interesting thing is that we will be looking at how these two systems plays out in terms of in terms of net profit cost and the amount of cost of energy, which we also say that these are the two important parameters to determine the best hybrid arrangement for this is for the community. Now, here in figure 7, we have the net profit cost and the COE. As I said, the more COE, the better for the system. But there are other things that have to come into place because we're interested in the impact of this fossil fuel on the environment. And therefore, we need to look at the one that has less carbon emission in terms with respect to the other one. Now, if you can show that the PV wind turbine has the lowest net profit cost, which qualifies the system to do what? To be the best option for the electric production and the rural area community electrical need. Now, because we said that because this one has a lower net profit cost of energy is also very low compared to the other hybrid energy system, then we prefer that this is the best option. Secondly, because if you look at the two hybrid arrangement, you see that the other one, PV, generator set, wind turbine, battery, has generator set. And because generator set has a lot of emission, which comes out, which also add to the global emission, we potentially say that this may not be the best option. That's one that rules out that system to be the best one. Secondly, because the other one is also has a low component arrangement and then has lowest net profit cost and cost of energy, we decided or we found out that this PV wind turbine is the best for this rural community electrical generation. Now, if you look at this table too, we see that we have the test of emission. We have the first one, the PV wind battery, and the second we have the PV genset, wind turbine battery, and the grid. If you look at both of them, see that the first one has no carbon at all, CO2 emission, has no carbon monoxide emission, and potential has no emission at all to the environment, whereas the second hybrid system has few of this carbon emission, which rules out number two hybrid arrangement as what? As a potential candidate for this hybrid system for the community. Figure 2 or table 2 shows that PV wind turbine grid has higher carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide emission. The pure hybrid energy system has no pollution, which is preferred for the environment. And in conclusion, the cost-effective modeling software, which is HOMA, was used to study the feasibility of two hybrid energy systems that meet the electrical demand of Salala community. According to the result, electricity generation through the renewable energy will be of great importance for the successful global shift to greener and lower carbon emission, as you observe in this result or in this study. It was concluded that the outcome of this study will be helpful to the policymaker in the Salala region in implementing renewable energy hybrid system to the Salala community. During Kharif, we can see that the temperature was a bit decreased, but the interesting thing about that was that based on the result we saw, the total amount of energy produced throughout the year was able to meet the demand of the community, which we saw in the red color. And the reduction in the temperature affect the electric generation, which we observe as well. And then finally, we're saying that hybrid arrangement can support the electricity demand during the low production, specifically during the Kharif. And with this, I say thank you for listening. Here is my reference, and thank you again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paul, for your nice presentation. So, do you think that this type of system can be implemented? So what will be when we will practically implement it, so what are the difficulties we can face?
Yeah, good. Now, one of the difficulties we can face is what we call the temperature, because there are some parameters that affect the electricity generation, as we see in this presentation, that temperature has impact on the quantity or the amount of electricity production. So this can be a factor that can be very challenging and need to be addressed. But the interesting thing is that a factor like this temperature, which potentially affects most of the renewable energy in terms of PV, can be managed by incorporating components like the battery that can store the excess electricity that's generated during the high temperature period.
Okay, what do you say about the lifetime for this kind of system?
Yes, yeah, the lifestyle of this component is one of the problems that is being faced by this type of arrangement, and researchers are working towards improving the life, because the lifespan of them are pretty between 15 and 30 for maximum, and this may not be the best lifetime for people that want to run this for maybe 100 years. So there is a lot of research that is ongoing to see how to increase the lifespan of this component.
Do you think that the batteries are basically the limitation on the energy we can store or something like this? That what is the exact limitation, that how much energy we can have and how much energy we can store using this system?
Yes, battery have been one of the oldest methods of storing this energy.
Okay.
But there are still more work going on to see how other components or application that can help in sustaining the energy storage.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation and answers. So is anyone has any other question? I think there is no more questions. So thank you, Dr. Paul, for your presentation. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Najim.
So we can move to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Dr. Furqan Ahmed. Dr. Furqan Ahmed is Associate Professor in Department of Mechanical and Mechatronics Engineering. Dr. Furqan is also acting as serving as the chairperson for the Mechanical and Mechatronics Department, and his research is in composite material. So, Dr. Furqan, are you there?
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Furqan, we can hear you.
Yes.
So
First
you
of all,
share the
sorry
slides.
for inconvenience, because there is an internet issue in my office, so I'm using Dr. Saif laptop. So sorry for this inconvenience. So
No problem, sir. You can share your presentation. Slides. Okay.
So can you see this one?
Yes, sir. It is visible. So you can start your presentation.
Okay. So first of all, thank you very much, Dr. Najam, for introduction, and thank you for URC for arranging this fourth online symposium. The topic of my presentation is behavior of woven ply PPS thermoplastic laminate with interactive circular hole under tensile loading. We perform an experimental study and numerical study, and then we compare the results. So this work is published in Genic Failure Mechanics Journal. And the content of my presentation, first I will give some introduction about composite material, then objective of my presentation, experimentation, the whole method and FEA model. Then I will go for result and discussion, and finally I will conclude my presentation. Okay, so first, why we need to study composite material and why composite material is more important. The first reason is has like less weight with high strength. So if we can see, we can compare the density of composite material is very less compared to alloys or steel. But when we go for tensile strength is a little bit less than steel. But if we discuss about specific strength, let's suppose we take the this value over density, then the overall value is greater than all other materials. So means its strength is high, but when we discuss about the weight, its weight is very less compared to the alloys or other steel material which we use for different industry. So composite material has different application, mainly they in aerospace industry. You can see from this diagram, almost 50% of the structure of aerospace 787 bodies from composite material. And just because we need to save the energy, so material should be lightweight, and then it can reduce the fuel cost and other costs. So composite material also have application in automobile industry. Now there are many companies, they are using composite for outer body or inner structure, and sport industry, wind turbine, rocket, aerial vehicles, even in oil and gas. So nowadays, the composite material is replacing the conventional materials. So that's why it's important to study. So, but what is the objective of our study? Actually, when we use composite, sometimes we have to join the composite material, maybe two different with the other material. So whenever we drill the hole, so there is a possibility that this hole will interact with each other, and the overall structure strength will be reduced. So the purpose of this study is that I will explain to you that how the different shape of the holes interact with each other during the tensile loading. So we also use the digital image correlation system, and we compare the result with the experimental one, and we got very good correlation between these two results. So about the experimentation, so we use the woven fabric composite, and then from large we create the samples using water jet cutting. And the idea which we implement for the hole is, first we make one single hole, and two vertical hole, two horizontal hole, and two diagonal hole. And then under the same loading condition, we did the test and we check how much there is interaction between these holes. So this is the experimental test, the figure. Actually, we use DIC system, two cameras. From DIC system, we can calculate the full field displacement and strain. So then we can compare with finite element method these results. So for FEM model, we use Abacus software, and we create three different layers of laminas using element type of C3D8R. This is a solid element. And then this is very important for the composite material, that we have to introduce some interface between the applies, because whenever load apply, always there is chance of delamination. The layers can be separate. So if we just put only the layers, they cannot interact with each other. So that's why we have to get the delamination. We have to introduce this interface ply. So overall, two interface ply were introduced, and so the mesh near to the hole is very fine because it's more important. So we want to get the more accurate result. So, and other part has a rough mesh compared to the central part. So these are the material property which we use for FEM analysis. And then from DIC, which as I explained before, we got different types of results. I suppose one versus strain. So you can say the DIC predict more accurately that the strain, and it is clear from the strain that there is interaction between holes. I suppose the strain of this hole is interacting with each other, so there is a chance of failure from this line. And if we have a single hole, so mainly the failure is here because the strain, maximum strain is produced on this line. And DIC has another advantage also, that we can, some parameters which we cannot measure during the experimental test, so that we can measure using DIC system. So what we did, we used the virtual strain gauge, 3 different virtual strain gauge. So we put outside the circle here, and then in the middle and another side. And then we measure the strain, failure strain. So during experimental, if we use a conventional strain, it's a long process and it's a hectic one to install and get the data. But in post-processing, we can easily get all these values. So then after that, we compare the results of DIC with FEM results and experimental one. So you can see here the DIC giving this is the stress or strain distribution, and close to that one we achieve from the FEM model. And similar for the other 3 cases. That's predicted by FEM and DIC a very good correlation between them we achieved, and it can be also verified from the result, like numerical results which we achieved the maximum load. It's very close to the experimental results. And then it's important to discuss about the failure mechanism, how they are interacting with each other. So if you can see here, the one hole, if we apply the load, it will fail in a horizontal line. But if we have 2 horizontal holes, so they are attracting with each other. So the failure will be here because the maximum strain is between them. So the same phenomena which occurred in the experimental, we achieved from the FEM model. And for diagonal hole, you can see there is a attraction between the holes and failure is moving from one circle to another circle. And also the damage is more important to discuss here, that under loading, any type of loading, there in composite, three types of damages there, like fiber breakage, matrix cracking, and delamination. So all these one well predicted by FEM results. So then post-processing analysis of the damage. So we can see from microscope, so there are fiber breakage and matrix failure. All these are like analyzed under microscopes and well predicted. So then if we do the analysis for all this damage one from FEM, as I explained before, fiber fracture, fiber failure, delamination, matrix fracture is more important failures under any kind of loading. So always the matrix failure start first, then the fiber breakage, and it's continue up to the delamination, and then the final failure. So we use FEM model, and all these results are well predicted using FEM model. So conclusion. So the conclusion of my presentation is that the one single hole and two vertical hole, they show almost similar behavior, and there is a interaction between the hole and stress concentration factor of perforated specimen depend upon the relative position of the interacting holes, and most critical one was the two horizontal holes. If we compare all the four different geometry, so the worst one we can say two horizontal hole geometry, because overall the area near to the close to the boundary is very less for two horizontal hole, and after that the two diagonal holes show the worst resistance, then the highest for the one single hole, and then two vertical hole. So the delamination and fiber fracture, matrix cracking, all these things are well predicted using FEM model, and there is a good correlation was found between the FEM model and experimental data. So these are the conclusion of my presentation, and thank you very much all of you for listening. So if you have question, so please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Furkan, for your nice presentation. So is there any question?
Yes, doctor, I have one question.
Yes, please.
First of all, I would like to thanks to Dr. Furkan. It's nice presentation and very interesting. I want to ask a simple question. Is there any recommendation for how we can prevent the delamination or the debonding in future? Because the main concern is the debonding or the delamination. Thank you so much.
How can we, please, can you repeat the question? Dr. Can you repeat the question? I didn't hear you well, Dr. Roxa. Can you repeat the question?
Okay. In the meantime, can I ask one question?
Yes, sir.
So, Dr. Furkan, excellent presentation. And my question is, because I think, if I'm not wrong, FEM is one of the numerical method, finite element method, maybe?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So is there any other numerical method that can be also applied on this?
So we have some like other methods. Sometimes we use the same method and we go for same coding, because actually what we did, we use the failure theory and we implement in the FEM. So same theory, like failure theory, can be used maybe in MATLAB or any other software.
Okay. So what actually so what are the advantage of then FEM? Because I hope there are many other methods, not many, but few actually there are, but still. So what is the advantage of using FEM?
The most important advantage, sir, it's time saving, and we don't need the like expensive. As you maybe know, this material is mainly used for aerospace industries. It's very expensive one. So from, if let's suppose for one experiment, if we verified it, later we can use the same model for the failure analysis of different materials, like so different conditions, loading conditions. So cost effective, and you can say time saving.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other question, Dr. Najam?
Yeah, there is one question, I think, in the chat box.
How we can prevent the delamination of debonding? Actually, delamination we cannot prevent under, even especially under, if we talk about impact loading or other this one. Actually, the some polymers, less in my understanding, if we use the stiff polymer and then the proper compression mold if we use, then maybe the layer, the bonding is will be more strong compared to other ones, because depend upon this material, I guess. Dr. Afsar.
Okay, thank you so much for your.
Actually, we cannot, like in under loading, we cannot prevent this kind of these three main failures. It
Yes,
mainly depends how much load we are applying.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. I know that, because, but if you have any recommendation, how we can improve at least.
Just depend. Let's suppose I use some other material which is purely for Boeing 787, the epoxy, hardest epoxy, which has the more like stiff one. So then maybe under because it has a very high glass transition or all these values, so maybe it will give you more strong bonding.
Okay, doctor. Thank you so
Depend
much.
upon the polymer chains, how much they are strong with each other.
Okay, doctor. Thanks a lot for your nice presentation.
Thank you very much. Any other question? I think Dr. Najam computer is not.
Thank you, Dr. Furqan. So, Dr. Furqan,
Thank you,
you
Dr.
can hear me, yes?
Yes, now can I
Dr.
hear you?
Saif.
Yes,
Dr. Saif, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, doctor, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
so thank you so much, Dr. Furqan, so for your nice presentation and nice work. So it is very excellent work. So we can thank you so much for your presentation. So we move to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Dr. Muhammad Maroof. Dr. Muhammad Maroof is working in Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering. His major research area is about the sleep disorder, so analysis of sleep disorder. So Dr. Maroof, you are there. Dr. Maroof, are you there? Just a moment, let me check with him. So in just 1 minute, I'll call him and then let's see.
Hello. Ji sir, ready. My voice is audible, doctor?
Dr. Maroof, your voice is audible. Can you share your slides?
Yes, doctor, we can hear you.
Actually, Dr. Maruf is just, let me check.
Hello. Hello, doctor.
Yes, Dr. Maruf, you are audible to us. So your slides are also visible. So Dr. Maruf is working in Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering. And today he's going to present on computer technique approach for diagnosis of neurological disorder. So Dr. Maruf, your presentation is visible, so you can start now.
Okay. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Mohammed Maruf Siddiqui from Electrical and Computer Engineering Department. Today, I'm going to present my research work that is a computer technique of different neurological disorders. Here, my content in my slide, I will include some topics relevant to my research work that neurological disorder, and then objectives, and then how we collect the data and the results, how we do the analysis, and the further prospect of my research work. First, I would include what are the most of the neurological disorder means which is relevant to means like you not get the proper sleep, you have epileptical seizures, anything which is relevant to the brain, that is we call the neurological disorder. So computer technique, mostly if you go in the hospitals, they do the EEG recording, electroencephalogram. They did it like if you have a heart patient, the diagnosis center, if you go, they will do the ECG, the cardiogram. So for the brain, any brain diseases, we did the EEG recording for the brain mapping. So here will include some neurological disorder like sleep disorders. So sleep have categorized into two categories: the non-REM and REM sleeps, rapid eye movement behavior sleep, and non-REM. And non-REM means will categorize further into the that S0 to S4, S1, S2, S3, S4, and rapid eye movement means that we call the dreaming stage of the sleep. As here we categorize the stages of sleep. The body means start for the ready for the sleep stage, and go S1 stage is categorized the light sleep, the starting stage of the sleep. Then the S2, S3, the brain have a very slow waves, and the S4 is we call the very deep sleep. It is near about, it will occur, we check all the patient near the between the 3 to 4 or means in the night. And the REM sleep is called the dreaming stage. Most of the people get the dreams in their sleep, so that stage we will call the REM stage of sleep. There are sleep disorder or you can say neurological disorder. We categorize into the further category because excess of sleep also a disorder. You not get a proper sleep, that is also a disorder. And abnormal activity you doing in during the sleep in category in the sleep disorder. Like we categorize in three category: difficulty in the staying awake and sleeping, and the abnormal behavior or activity during the sleep. And we call the name is hypersomnia, insomnia, and dysomnia for and parasomnia for the these type of different sleep disorders. And further we categorize into the 6 categories These are the general categories, and further we categorize into the 3 categories like narcolepsy, RBD, sleep apnea, and the insomnia, and the PLMD and NFLE. In narcolepsy, means you have means more sleep you have you get means anytime you will get for the sleep. RBD means you during the sleep you do some physical means your leg may be movement, your body will movement, so it is categorized in the RBD. And then sleep apnea is because of breathing. Some have a problem during the sleep, they have a problem in the breathing. That type of make a means difficulty to breathing, that is called the sleep apnea. Insomnia is a type of sleep disorder. Most of the people affected with the insomnia, they cannot start the stage of sleeps, so this is called the insomnia. That another is periodic limb movement behavior disorder. That one is means during the sleep, some people are jerk their legs or movement of their legs. That one is called the periodic leg movement. In FNFLE means during the sleep the seizure happen. If normal seizure means if you active in a day and then seizure happen, this will call the epileptic seizure. But if during the sleep the seizures is happening, that is called the NFLE, nocturnal frontal lobe epilepsy. Now, if you go for the any neurological disorder for the diagnosis, we record the EEG signals, and it's recorded first in 1929. And how we did the recording, this is called the electrical activity of the brain, or we call the brain mapping also, from the scalp of the subject. This is how we did the recording. As you see here, we put some electrode which contain the silver or gold electrode. We use it because here we do the chemical activity convert into the electrical activity, and these are signal are very non-predictable and very small in the amplitude. So we put some amplifier to enhance for the visualize, and this is the scalp of the body, and there some neuro activity happen inside the brain, that one will mapping it. EEG wave further categorized. EEG wave is categorized on the basis of the frequency. When we record the EEG wave, there have a different frequencies. So we categorize into the 5 category basically. This one is DTAP, delta, theta, alpha, and beta. Data is between 1 to 4, and theta 4 to 8 hertz, and alpha is 8 to 13, and 14 to 30 around. We call the beta, and the gamma wave also there. Gamma wave is called more than 30 and between the 100 hertz. It's happen only when the anyone have a patient of epileptic seizures. During the seizure, the gamma wave occur. But in general category, there are the 4 wave according to the frequency of the brain mapping. This is a look like that, the EEG wave. You cannot say like a periodic signal. These signals are unpredictable, or sometimes amplitude high and low. The pattern of the wave, alpha wave, it will be like that, and the amplitude as you see, it is at 20 microvolt to 200 microvolt. We get it, and mostly it will we get it the alpha wave, or this range of frequency will get it from the occipital lobe of the scalp. Then the beta wave. Beta wave have 14 to 30 hertz, the frequency range defined, and this will which occur from the temporal and the frontal lobe of the brain, and it's happened during the excitement of the subject. Theta wave is mostly occur during the sleeps, and the frequency range is between the 4 to 8 hertz. And delta wave is 0 to 1/4. Normally sleep we started, then delta wave we get it, and in mostly we get the delta wave in the adults. So for the required measurement of EEG signal, we use EEG machine or recording machine that is called 816 channel, or that cap is called the montage. The system 10 by 20 system, we use it for the recording. There is a electrode, we use it with the silver cap, and there is a jelly, electrode jelly, for the conduction will be smoothly. There is a rubber cap, and we do this EEG recording in a dark room, and the measurement tape for using the put the measurement on the scalp. This machine look like that. It contained different channels, because we put around 21 channel on the scalp, and we did the recording and get the readings and the brain mapping here in the computer. It's look like, we can say it in the front view, back view. It's only a general category, and 3 channel have shown, but we use the cap is like that, and here we use the silver electrode cap. Electrode, we use it put in the cap. And why we using the silver here? Because the brain activities, the amplitude is very small, and the conductivity to convert into the electrical signal. So we use sometimes silver and gold, because silver and gold have a more, the conductivity is more. The procedure of EEG recording, we use a different 21 electrode put in the cap, and that system we defined by 10 by 20 system. That 10 by 20 system is called the montage. I will show you. As you see here in the picture, from the frontal lobe we started and put that measurement is the 10 by 10 system, then 20, 20, 20, and the last one in the occipital lobe we get the 10%. That is called the placing of the electrode. By this pattern we place it, and these are the different numbers indicate that this is the frontal lobe, that is a temporal lobe. The different O is indicating occipital lobe, and these are the channel O1 and O2. 2 channels are there. Here one video is here showing how we did the recording. We put the electrode jelly on the subject, and these airs is we use for the reference, because we don't get any voltage, so we use as a reference voltage and put some conductivity gel and take it as a reference voltage from the ears. This way we measure it, the 10 by 20 system. We fill up the electrode jelly, and then we get the readings from the brain. It's look like and different from the different channel it will shown, and this is look like that. This is called the brain mapping or EEG recording of the brain, electroencephalogram. Here we need to, as you see in the, if you go for the hospital or diagnosis center for the brain mapping, there is a long process, and this is still not a distal. And we did the recording, and after that the data will be come in the graph paper or whole night recording. So we make a distalize the system and develop some algorithm and converted these data in the form of some distal output. Like if you go for the check for the diabetic or BP, there is a distal method. Means in BP they put one measurement. If you have more than 120 high BP, 180, 160, so there is a distal something. You not get any analog data or any graph there. You get some values, like if more than 130 is high BP or low BP, whatever. So same thing we do it for the EEG recording for the neurological disorder, especially for the sleep disorders. And here we did some collection of the data from different resources, and these are my algorithms where we doing extract the channel, then remove the DC component, we put the low pass filters and remove the high frequencies, then we doing applying the window technique and calculating the average power and normal power, and then we compare it, because if you see in the medical line, we all the diagnosis with the comparison, we put always the normal data, like the normal BP is 120 and the 80. So with the normal we compare it. So we did the sum on the normal, we check it, apply on the algorithm, this software we apply it, and then we apply on the different patients, and then we find out on this parameter we categorize that this patient have this type of disorder, and we can say it like, and we get some digital parameter for that. These are the EG recordings, and it's look like that, and from the different channel, it contained 21 channel from here. Then we extract that, then extract the sleep stages, because in whole night we did the EG recording, and then we categorize according the sleep stages. Then remove, apply the filter and remove, and then we compare the normal and the filter signals. And this is the spectrum for the power spectral density, and then we calculate the area using the trapezoidal method, and for the different frequency range, like a delta beta of the EEG signal. And then we find some normal, some result I have included in my PPT. There we calculate the average power, then we calculate the normal power for the different stages of EEG, delta, theta, alpha, beta, and all the patients and with the normal people. Then we define some range for the normal people, and then if anyone will come from the diseases, then we can say that it have this type of neurological disorder, and digital way, or you can say the computer technique we use for the diagnosis for the neurological disorders. Like here we compare it, here some data I included here, that for the delta wave, if we check for the normalized and the RBD patient have a low data, the normalized power high. So means if we have a RBD patient is there, so if we check the delta wave of EG signal, and it will be normal people will be high, and for the RBD patient will be low. For the others also we check it. And this is I will conclude my work here, and the conclusion is still I am applying on this technique on the sleep, different sleep disorder, and I got some good results there. Can implement for the others neurological disorder like Alzheimer, affected seizures, and others sleep disorders. So we can apply this technique and implement in the commercial way also this technique. So because the doctors can read the whole night recording from the chart papers, so we can implement, and this also we implement in the like in the others diseases like ECG and the EMG muscles movements. So we can implement these things in the others medical disorders or different type of disorder for that. These are some future prospect references which include my work. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maru, for your nice presentation. Is there any question? So you can write the question in the chat box, or you can also on your mic and can ask the question. So there's no question from the audience. So, Dr. Maruf, can you listen me? Yes.
Yes, yes, doctor.
So how you collected the data? I mean, how many patients you have tested and
I have tests around 116, including the normal are 20 people, and the affected people around you can say 90 people are there. So around 120 patient or normal people, I collected the data, and then we compare it.
Okay. And maybe I mean how the result was being, what is the predictable result and what is the result we obtained from the calculation? They were almost close by, or
we get it in some data we get it more effective result, and somewhere we not get it. So that is our research, which stage of sleep or which stage of EEG signal we get more different, or we categorize on that basis. Like we not get on the all the data.
okay.
Like
What
here
do you
I
think that
include some
what kind of
example
improvement
some
can be
people.
made in this?
And means it's all the data we get it from the high range for the normal people. If we check the P delta and the normalized power, if we check, we get it between the here I include the least value and the highest value. So least value we get it 0.54 and the 8 for the normal people. Around 20 people I have checked. And for the RBD patient, I have checked the total is 80, 90, but RBD patient, I think 20
not
there,
audible for
and different
right
other
now.
patient also
So
there.
we can
For
move,
RBD patient, when we
Dr.
check
Maruf,
the normalized
thank
power,
you.
then we found almost if anyone affected, if we get it the low values. So there is a huge difference if you see. It is in the point, but we're talking about the normalized. So it is a big difference between 0.45 and 54. So we can say if we anyone come and say which type of disorder, or we can say, so for the normal people, the P delta for normalized power will be, we get it around between the 0.5 to 8.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maruf, for your nice presentation and good, excellent answers. So this is the time to move to our next presenter. Our next presenter is from the Department of Chemical Engineering. It is a work basically that is done in collaboration. So the work, the paper was a collaborative work from the research team of Dr. Mazharul Islam. So our next presenter will be Miss. Are you there? And can you listen me?
Hello. Hello. Doctor, your voice is not audible.
Hello. Slides off कर दें.
Okay. आपकी voice में.
Dr. Mazhar, I am audible. Can you listen me?
Yeah.
That's all. आप सुन रहे हैं मुझे? Okay. Okay, Ms. Wafa, are you there? So can you share your presentation slides? वो कहीं नहीं बोले ना. Sorry, due to some technical issue, so we have to wait a bit. So So Dr. Julius, you can also listen this symposium on the YouTube link. So I shared this YouTube link. So I think that is continuously recorded. So maybe if anyone missed some part, so he can listen it at the later at some other time. So all the presentations are recorded through the YouTube, are streamed as well as recorded over there. So right now, I think Ms. Wafa is facing some technical issue due to the internet. So we can wait for a few moments for her. So when she will join, so we will. Yes, she is there. Can you listen, Ms. Wafa?
Yes.
Okay. So, so can you share your slides with us?
Yes, sure.
Yes, your slides are visible. So Ms. Wafa is going to present on the topic synthesis of biocellulose composite with natural plant extract for advanced medical application. Basically, this is a teamwork. Ms. Wafa is working as a research assistant with Dr. Mazharul Islam. Dr. Mazharul Islam is associate professor in Department of Chemical Engineering. So this presentation is going to be presented by Ms. Wafa. So Ms. Wafa, you can start the presentation so we can see the slides.
Okay, thank you. So, Assalamu alaikum. I'm Wafa and I'm going to deliver the presentation on the title Synthesis of Biocellulose Composites with the Natural Plant Extract for Advanced Medical Applications. And this is our research team where we're working since a few years with PC-related work. I will start with a simple introduction of PC. PC is a shortcut of bacterial cellulose. It's a natural polymer hydrogen that's produced by certain type of acetic acid bacteria. This bacteria consumes glucose and produce fibers which accumulate in form of a network. Owing to its pure nature and impressive physicochemical properties, including high mechanical strength, crystallinity, porous fibrous structure, and liquid absorbing capabilities, has emerged as an advanced biomaterial. PC has a range of applications in biomedical fields, including use as a biomaterial for artificial skin, artificial blood vessels, scaffold for tissue engineering and wound healing, and also in cosmetics as a facial mask. However, the original or pure BC lacks certain properties which limits its applications in various fields. Pure BC does not have a medical properties and also does not have electromagnetic properties. It lacks antioxidant capabilities and conducting properties. So, although there are some challenges with the PC, which its component of synthetic media are quite expensive, and the price of PC is much higher than plant cellulose. And in our work, we focus also in this side, which we use cheap materials for PC synthesis. So, as I mentioned, pure BC lacks certain properties which limits its applications. Therefore, synthesis of BC composites has been conducted to address these limitations. Therefore, synthesis of bacterial cellulose composites has been conducted to address these limitations. We can add more features in properties to the PC by combining with other substances like polymers, nanoparticles, plant extracts, and etc. So our aim in this project is to prepare bacterial cellulose from waste materials and add some important biological plants extract to get composites with high properties and more features. We use excision method to prepare the composites, and then we check the antimicrobial activities of it. Here, as you see, the last picture of this diffusion assay, I will explain in coming slides. Coming to the experimental part, as we explored various plants in the Dhofar region, we collected some plants like dragon plant, withenia, and pomegranate plant. We collected them, and then we modified them and prepared the extract from those plants, as it shows here in the graphical presentation. After we collect, we dry them, and we grind, and then we use ethanol as a solvent. Then we did this 3 times. Then we collect the filtrate and make BC composites. With the BC production, we selected cheap waste materials as a medium, and we added some cells to the medium. So we inoculate and then placed it in incubator under certain conditions. And after 7-10 days, we get this BC sheet. Then we just wash thoroughly and clean, and then clean from the cells and media, and then we apply it for some applications. And those, as you see here in the picture, those are some of products that we made ourselves in the lab from BC sheets, like facial mask, wool, wallet, handbag, and artificial flowers. Okay. So after we get the BC sheet and plant extract, we combine them through ex situ, as I said before, ex situ method, and in which BC submerged in plant extract. And after a few days, we take it out and then let it dry, and then like we could observe how much composites is produced from like color change, the properties change of the sheet. Here's the results and discussion. So here's this is the surface morphology of pure BC and pure BC composites, which we did with BC withenia and BC Scott composite. So we observed through field emission scanning electron microscope, we observed that the extract attached to the surface of the pure BC. As you see here, the BC has more pores, and here in those extracts are those pores are covered with this extract. And here different plants were studied for antimicrobial activities that we did in the lab. We checked the minimum inhibitory concentration of the plant against Asorius and E. coli, and it's the minimum amount of extract required to inhibit the growth. So from that, we determined the minimum bactericidal concentration, and as we can see here, at some stage, we get zero cells, which means it kills bacteria, and and here also, a disk diffusion assay of the composites, both composites, against against E. coli and Asorius. The pure BC disc were used as a negative control, while the ampicillin disc was used as the positive control in each test. We can see the BC composite give zone against Asorius, and we can barely see any zone of E. coli, which means it's very active against E. coli, against Asorius. This is another study that we published last year, and we made BC and BCL there, as we can see. Here the medical test, here the mechanical test shows the small. You can see the first figure, figure A. So here in figure A, we can see the small line shows the BC, but the BC aloe vera composite shows 2-3 times more strength than BC. So here we can see in figure A. Sorry. Okay. Here we can see in figure A the animal cells. we tried to use BC and BC aloe vera, and we found that the cells are growing better in BC aloe vera. This means the biocompatibility of BC aloe vera is much better than BC pure. And here is the comparison. Next one is the comparison of BC and BC aloe vera. In the first day and second day, we can see the BC aloe vera is working better than BC itself. In conclusion, you can say we ex situ developed green antimicrobial BC-based composites with bioactive natural plant extract for potential biomedical applications. The plant extract shows activities at extract level as observed with their MIC and MBC levels. And we indicated the composites have a high level of bactericidal activities against SORIAS and moderate level of activity against E. coli. Thank you for listening. And here we would like to acknowledge TRC for funding this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Ms. Wafa. So is there any question? Okay, so Ms. Wafa, have you prepared some product?
Yes.
Yeah, and for which kind of medical application it is? Can be used?
Sorry, I can't hear you well. Can you say it again? What's your question?
The plant extract, you get the plant extract, so the natural plant extract. So is it easily available? Can you these plants are easily available, commonly available, or we have some difficulty in obtaining them?
Yes, we can easily find. In the fire region, especially those plants.
Okay, and what kind of medical applications they are and how they are tested? Have you tested those medicines? What kind of tests we do require to test them?
Yes, in medical field, it's wound healing. We test on animal cells, and then we found that those BC with those extract is more active. It's better than BC itself.
Okay.
The biocompatibility. Yeah, we did the biocompatibility test in our lab.
Okay. Thank you so much. So we are moving towards our next presenter. So our next presenter is also from the Chemical Engineering Department, Dr. Muhammad Wasi Ahmad. Dr. Muhammad Wasi Ahmad, are you there, sir? Dr. Muhammad Wasi Ahmad. Yes, Dr. Muhammad Wasi, are you there? Dr. Wasi, are you there?
He is connecting. Assalamu alaikum, doctor. Yes, hello, doctor. Am I audible? Dr. Nizam. Yes, Dr. Osi, we can hear you.
Yes, doctor.
Thank you very much. Let me just share my slide. Okay. Dr. Najam, can you see me? Can you see my slide?
Yes, sir, I can see your slides. So Dr. Wasi, Ahmad is associate professor in Department of Chemical Engineering, and he is also serving as chairperson for chemical engineering. So he's gonna present on bioimaging applications. So Dr. Wasi Ahmad, just please, you can start the presentation.
Yeah, actually, I'm trying to figure out how it's not moving actually. I cannot change the slide.
Okay. You can, what you can do is you can email me. I can share the slides.
Okay, let me email you and then.
Dr. Wasi. Dr. Wasi Ahmad, are you there? Yes. I haven't received it. Dr. Wasi Ahmad, are you there?
Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Where
So
is?
your slides are visible, yes?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so you have to just inform me to move, so I'll move it.
Okay, thank you, doctor.
Okay, sir.
Really sorry for the technical issue. A little internet is a little slow here in the Department of Chemical Engineering or College of Engineering, I can say. Okay, I just go to the first slide, doctor. First slide. Okay, actually today we will talk. I will talk about the how the gadolinium actually facilitate to the MRI field, actually, magnetic resonance imaging, how we can detect the cancer at early stage. For that, we need a contrast agent, actually, and gadolinium is used to make a MRI contrast agent, magnetic resonance imaging contrast agent, to locate the parts of the body where the cancer is actually is persisting, or actually cancer is there actually. So if you will see this this medicine which is available in the market, this medicine is made by some scientist or some group of the scientists from the United States, and also some. There are another medicine which is iron oxide nanoparticle or iron oxide MRI contrast agent. That one I am not going to discuss here. Before you will put the doctor will put the the patient in the MRI machine, we have to inject this one through the intravenous to that patient which is who is suffering with the cancer or some with the part which you want to detect actually. So if you will see this the image of MRI, you will see like this. This is before the MRI, the brain mapping of that patient. But after MRI, when you will put this medicine, in the patient, you will get this type of the MRI. We can get the two kind of the MRI. One is the like called is T1, which will give the bright color of that part which is actually affected by the cancer, and you can see the dark part also. You can see actually here. So there are two type of the MRI. If you will look, I mean the muscles is right reddish. So it's either it will be light reddish or it will be dark reddish. So you can say here light reddish. So that actually my work is related to the MRI contrast agent. My work is not related to this machine, only MRI contrast agent. How we will make the MRI contrast agent, which is non-toxic, first thing. Second thing, it's within 2 or 3 minutes, the patient will be ready to insert in the MRI machine. So to get the better result actually within short period of time. And third thing is that medicine should be excreted from the body of that patient. It should be very effective. So related to this work actually to develop MRI contrast agent, my team, including 4 countries actually, India, Korea, Oman, and United States. These are the 4 countries involved to develop this kind of the medicine, which is at preliminary stage. I will discuss all these things and the later of my presentation. And around I have published around 20 papers in this field. Notable are here actually from 2000. I have started this field. I came in this field in 2015, and now in 2021 we have published a review paper actually. I mean, Dr. Mazhar and Dr. Thia and these 4 countries actually, and Dr. Arup Chaudhary, who is a collaborator of my in India, and Professor Lee, who is my professor in South Korea, and also Professor Young, who is professor of mine in United States. So all these all these, I mean, that we have developed this type of the medicine, you can say. Yes. What we did exactly, I just want to explain from this photograph, that we tried to develop a gadolinium nanoparticle. A gadolinium nanoparticle normally is spherical, as you can see here, is spherical. And that gadolinium nanoparticle itself is very toxic actually. We cannot use gadolinium nanoparticle in any human body, or I mean that any element, animal. So to make it non-toxic, and biofavorable, you can inject in the human body. You need to coat with some other compound which is biofavorable, like protein, like carbohydrate, like acid. I mean, not that kind of acid, like carboxylic acid. And then when we will penetrate it, so it will be non-toxic, but it will give the very good MRI contrast agent actually. It will become very good contrast agent. So we did all these things, this one and these two, and we did in vitro and in vivo test, which I will explain later what is in vivo and in vitro test. And we saw that when we injected this kind of the medicine or nanoparticle, which is covered with the biofavorable compound, it become changed. If you will see this part, this whole part is lightish or brightish, you can say, as compared to this one. So this is before and this is after 4.5. But see, it's 4.5 hours. So patient need too much time. So what we are trying to do is to make it a new type of the MRI contrast agent, which will be effective within 5 minutes. So if you will see the liver of the mouse, this is the liver of the mouse. And after the injection, and when we took the MRI, it become light, this part become light within 5 minutes. So it means that this part of the, that mouse is having the cancer. So we can detect at early stage. This is what is actually what we are doing in our work actually. So from the last 10, 15 years, how it advanced, we have published from this to here. So it actually, our target is to make it from 4 hour or 3 hour or 10 hour or 24 hour to be 1 minute or 2 minutes. This is what we are going to in advanced stage. This is our target, or that medicine should be excreted immediately from the body. So it will be not toxic for any human being or anyone actually. So let me explain you how. Doctor, can you change the slide? This is how we synthesize the compound. I will not go in the detail actually. This is one step synthesis. We can synthesize with the precursor, which is available in the market, and with the solvent, which is also available in the market. With the 200 degrees centigrade, we can change the dimension, structure of the nanoparticle, especially gadolinium, according to the temperature. If you want to find 1 nanometer or 5 nanometer of the nanoparticle size, I mean the diameter, we can just, if you will change the temperature, you will get the various type of the nanoparticle depending upon what we need actually. So different temperature will give the different nanoparticle, especially gadolinium nanoparticle. So if you can see from here in this photograph, I mean that, so you can see that there are different kind of the nanoparticle, which we made it actually. And then I mean that size and shape, we can control it according to our wish with the temperature, and there are so many chemicals which we use. So, and then the making of this nanoparticle is not very important actually. Making of the nanoparticle, I mean synthesizing the nanoparticle, but nanoparticle synthesized with the biofavorable compound. It should be, when we will inject in for a trial, in vivo trial to the body of mouse, it should be non-toxic. Otherwise, the mouse will die. So that is the important part. So we choose this compound to protect or to coat. You can say this is the coat of the nanoparticle, and this type of the compound we have also chosen. In 2016, this one is 2014, this one is 2021, I mean 2020 actually. So this type of the compound we have synthesized. Please change the slide, Doctor. After synthesis, we need to characterize, we need to analyze that the compound which we have synthesized, which is this one, is it perfectly fine? Is it okay? Before we will inject in the living things. For that, we need to, first we normally take the FTIR, from which we can see that how, if there is OH or O group, how much is the rate shift is from there. If the rate shift is around 100, if the peaks is shifting, it's the technical thing anyway. So it means that that coating material is perfectly attached with the nanoparticles. So if it is, if the shift is there, it means that the nanoparticle is perfectly attached on the surface of the nanoparticle, and then we will characterize the different part also, different things like shape and size, and the crystalline structure of the nanoparticle, which I will show you in the next slide. This is the HRDEM, from which we can see that this is spherical, and it's almost 2 nanometer. Our target is to target the brain actually. To target the brain, we need 1 nanometer of the nanoparticle. I think we couldn't achieve that one, but hopefully within 1 or 2 years, we will achieve that one. Next slide, Doctor. This is the another method by which we can find out, or which we can analyze that how the nanoparticle, how the nanoparticle and how much the nanoparticle is coated with the coating materials. If you will see, it means that 45%, if you will take the TGA, 45% is the coating material and 55% is the nanoparticle. This is the TGA analysis is showing that the nanoparticle is well coated with the biofavorable compound, either it is protein, either it is oxalic acid, either it is amino acid, either it is carbohydrate, either it is fat, whatever that we will decide. According to that, that is the I can say the 45% means half is the nanoparticle, half is the coating material. It means it's a very biofavorable. This is the set pattern, the crystalline structure of the nanoparticle of the gadolinium will be like this actually. Next slide, Doctor. Yeah. The most important part of my research is this one actually, which we do not carry here. We can carry this one here. In vitro analysis, in vivo analysis. It's a very old technique. It started in 1950 actually. One British scientist maybe started the in vitro and in vivo analysis. It's nothing actually. If you have, suppose you made the nanoparticle or any medicine like plant extraction or whatever that. Okay. Take the petri dish like this and put the some cell like HeLa cell, like cancerous cell, like normal cell, and you will put this nanoparticle. If the cell will grow with the time, it means it's not non-toxic. If the cell, like bacteria, if you will put some bacteria, if the cell will grow with the time, it means it's non-toxic. If the cell will die after you are putting this one, it means it's not favorable for the mouse. So in vitro assay or in vitro analysis is telling us that is it toxic or not toxic. Suppose if it is not toxic, then we will go for the in vivo analysis. This in vivo analysis is also very long back ago, was started in 1960, around 1950 or 1960, during that period of the time. And we normally choose 3 or 4 animal, like a rabbit, we choose mouse, we choose the pig, yes, and these are the animals we can choose. And this actually my collaborator, my Professor Lee, is the responsible to finish this part actually. And yes, definitely we can also do here in our lab this part, but I mean that in vivo we cannot do. So it's also older technique, but it's very important to get the nanoparticle with the non-toxic effect. Next slide, Doctor. Yes, here, if you can see this one, this nanoparticle, if there are 2-3 different nanoparticles, I'm showing that DU145 and NCTC1469. These are the 2 cells. One is cancerous, one is normal cell. One is cancerous cell, one is normal cell. We take the 2 array of the normal cell and cancerous cell, and we put this one. First, 0 concentration, it means that there is no nanoparticle. Then 10 micromole of the GD concentration. You can see the red part is going to be increased at this one. It means that at the 10 micromole concentration, this nanoparticle is non-toxic and it's very favorable bacteria, or I mean that cell can grow. This is called in vitro test, which was started in 1950 by the British scientist. Then after when we put 100 micromole, the viability, I mean the viability, cell viability, the cell is going to be die. Cell, half of the cell, not half, you can say that 40% of the cell died because of the toxic nature of the nanoparticle. So we cannot use this one for the in vivo test for the mouse. So we never tried this nanoparticle, which I got the result for this one for the in vivo test. Otherwise, mouse will die. And at the 500 micromole of the GD concentration, yes, it's a highly toxic. So it's not recommended to use for the in vivo test. If the in vitro test is good like this one, you can say the cell viability. Cell viability means how much the cell is, growing, or the, living. I mean that if you will put that medicine, it should grow. It should be divided into the 2 to 4 to 6 like that. So if you will see, it's almost constant. It means that up to 200 micromole, this nanoparticle, the nanoparticle which I didn't show you here, the nanoparticle will be like this. The nanoparticles are non-toxic. So for this compound, we can check the in vivo test. Next slide, doctor. Yeah, this is the liver of the actually mouse. We normally carried all the excrement in the mouse. So if you can see this one here, before we didn't put any medicine here, that is the nanoparticle. That this is called in vivo test. In vivo test, when we are doing the test in the animal, that is called in vivo test. It's also started in 1950. When we will put this one here, the color will be either bright or dark. Bright means the lightish red bright, or red dark. So it's showing that if it is brightish, it's called T1 MRI contrast agent. If it is dark, it's telling that it's the T2 MRI contrast agent. If after 5 minutes, you will get it immediately, that part is bright. After 90 minutes, it's getting to be dark. After 180 minutes, it's getting more dark. My target is that within 5 minutes, it should be like in the original shape. So all the things are excreted from the liver. This is our target, but till now we couldn't achieve that one. I hope within 2 or 3 years we will achieve. Next slide, doctor. These are the same thing. Actually, I got this example from the one Chinese scientist. He did this experiment, and he took GD liposome. There is a liposome, and then he put it, and you can see the difference. It's become white, this part, which you can detect that this part is having some problem, So this is again, this one is the T1 MRI contrast agent. Next, doctor. In the conclusion, I will say that we have synthesized so many biocompatible gadolinium oxide nanoparticle. And normally we use FTIR, HRTM, XRD, TG, and MPS. Also, we use MPLC and to HPLC to purify the compound. And these are the techniques which we have been using. The human being have been using from last 50 years. These are the techniques. You can say yes. There are some advancements are coming together. I mean that HRTM, it was not available in 90s. Now HRTM is available right now. So we can use this type of the technique and to characterize the nanoparticle. Then after the characterization, the compound is perfectly fine. It's what we wanted to synthesize it. We completed our job. Then we can go for the in vitro test. Yeah, definitely. In vitro test is we did the in vitro test, and then we did the in vivo test, which is we used for the animal which we have chosen, that is the mouse. Okay. And this is how we did all the experiment. Thank you very much. Next slide, doctor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammad Wasi Ahmed, for your very nice presentation. So if anyone has any questions, so please. There's no question. So thank you so much, Dr. Mohammad Wasi, for your wonderful presentation. And our next speaker is Dr. Mohammad Sharik Khan. So Dr. Sharik is in a conference in UAE. So right now he's not available for the presentation. So this is the end. We get to the end of this session with all of our speakers. So now our next session is going to start after 40 minutes at 12:30. So Professor Nasir will carry on that session. So till that time, we have a break time. So thank you so much for your presence. And you can basically we have shared the link for the certificate of attendance as well as your feedback. So kindly fill up it. So your feedback is very, very important for us. So thank you so much once again for for joining us. So Professor Nasir, our session,
Thank you,
next
Dr.
session will
Najmul
start.
Hassan. Thank you very much. It was a good session, and
So next
inshallah we
session is
will
going to be
start
start
our
after
session
40
at
minutes.
12:30
So at
with
12:30 we
CAS
can
session,
start with our
inshallah.
next session with you. Okay.
Inshallah. Thank you, Dr. Najm.
So
You hear
please
me good, or
have a
my
break
voice
and
is
please join us back after 40
okay?
minutes. Yes,
You
sir.
can
I
hear
can
me,
hear
Dr.
you.
Najmul Hassan?
So we can come back after 40 minutes. Professor Nasir. Thank you so much to everyone.
Dr. Najm, can you hear me?
Yes, Professor Nasser, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yeah, I can hear you.
Dr. Samin, can you hear me good? My voice is okay?
Yeah, your voice is okay. Yes, your voice is okay. No problem.
Professor Asif, can you hear me?
Yes, Professor Nasser, I can hear you. Now we can have a break, and I think your session will start at 12:30. So we can have break for maybe 40 minutes. Hello.
Assalamu alaikum, Professor Asif. صوتي, my voice is okay, or you? Okay. 12:30 inshallah. Inshallah, we will start our session, next session at 12:30 with CAS session. We have six presenters, Dr. Johar and Dr. Khidr Hassan, Dr. Nasir, Dr. Abdul Qadir Muhammad Sayyid, Dr. Amir, Dr. Muhammad Amir Said. We will start inshallah at 12:30. Thank you very much. See you.
Hello? No, okay. I have, yeah, I take another direction because of the light. Okay, thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
بس نتوقف حاليا صح؟ الو 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 باين هنا اخضر يعني.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
السلام عليكم دكتور. بس تيستينج. وصلوا الصوت؟ السلام. خلاص. يلا شكرا دكتور. خلاص.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته دكتور خضر.
طيب شوف انا دخلت
اهلا وسهلا بيك دكتور خضر. You are welcome. انا سمعته في تقطيع شويه بس سمعته. تمام خلاص. هو سمعني كويس. طيب تمام. يلا مع السلامه.
Hello, Dr. Nasser. How are you? Can you hear me? Hello, Dr. Nasser. Can you hear me?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good evening, my colleagues.
Hello.
Good evening, everybody. Shall we start now, Prof. Asif?
Hello.
Dr. Najm, shall we start now?
Can you hear me, Doctor?
Dr. Muhammad, I cannot hear you good. Okay, we can start our session. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. We now have the second session, CAS session. Dr. Samin Ahmed Khan have a lecture. He is the CRC chair. He should host this session, but he have a lecture. So it gives me pleasure to host this session. We can start now. Dr.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Can I start?
Okay. Firstly, I want to thank Prof. Asif Gundal for organizing this fourth online symposium, and I wanted to thank Department of Research in Zafar University for organizing such good scientific events. It will be benefit all staff in the university, and it gives me pleasure to host this session. We have 6 presentations, 2 from Department of Mathematics and Sciences, and 2 from Department of English Language and Literature, and 2 from Department of Education. That means we have 6 presentations, and inshallah we will start with Dr. Muhammad Amir Saeed, since that Dr. Johar have a science fair. So we can start with Dr. Muhammad Amir Saeed. Dr. Muhammad Amir Saeed is a lecturer in Department of English Language and Literature. Dr. Muhammad have participated in a good conference in USA, and he has presenting his work entitled Utilizing Social Media in an EFL Context, Challenges and Opportunities. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. Dr. Muhammad, you can go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nasser, for the introduction. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm really very much thankful to the language department, the chair of the language department, for his support for the research, and the dean of the college for his unconditional support for the research in the college. I was able to, with their support, able to present my findings in one of the very prestigious conference in the USA in the last November. So I'm also thankful to the research for their support, the financial and all kinds of resources they have provided us to conduct the research here. So let's start with the research. My research was actually about utilizing social media in an EFL context, challenges and opportunities. The presentation, I will talk about the abstract, the purpose of the research methodology, the inclusion criteria of the article. Actually, this research is actually a meta research. I mean, a review that had been published during the time of the COVID-19 on the use of social media in the education in an EFL context. And we'll also talk about what are the opportunities for the language and the other teachers for using social media in their teaching, and what are the possible challenges in the local context. So let's have a look on the abstract here. In the recent past, social media have emerged as important portals to establish connection between people. Their need was highlighted during the time of especially the COVID-19 pandemic. The social media, Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, YouTube, and the other platform, they are widely used by the people to share their personal emotion, ideas, feelings in the form of pictures, videos, and the written content. Actually popular among the teenagers and the youngster. Why? Because of the possibility of the flexibility and ease for personal communication and sharing information that was not possible before, actually. So in the field, when we see in the field of education, by the teachers, not for the teaching as a complete resource, but as an additional teaching resource to involve the learners in teaching and learning process. So the teachers from the different countries to deliver lectures and deliver and attend lectures, to post assignments and tasks, conducting some assessments, feedback, and conducting academic discussion during the pandemic. But also some critics we have, and educationists and other stakeholders who are both in the favor and against on the use of social media and the education. There's this research actually aimed to conduct a meta-analysis to find out the use of social media in an EFL context and identify both challenges encountered in an academic setting. Now, as we know that the online education, it has been there for many years, like more than three to 4 decades. It was existed. Not get the recognition as a formal or very authentic source of teaching and learning and around the globe. There are certain platforms that the online teaching and learning provided for the educated. Some of them are Google Classroom, Moodle by our university as well, then Microsoft Teams and Zoom for education. And different educational institutions have been used around the world but it has been used in a limited number of institutions before the pandemic. And countries, especially the developing countries, they did not have the infrastructure to support online education, and also they have limited recognition of online education, and the learners were also hesitant to study online. Now, what is the research premise? The closure of education institutions around the globe forced both parents and learners to get them acquainted with the technology. Social media sites have been used intensively by the youngsters, especially the teenagers, during the pandemic, to connect with their relative friends as well as with their teachers. University students are the highest number for using social media during the pandemic. Social media has an immense influence on students' mental, social, and psychological aspect of their lives, and they spend abundant time actually. Now, the purpose of this research, in an EFL context, social media has also been used by the teacher to teach language skills like reading, writing, listening, speaking, vocabulary, and grammar before and during the pandemic. The research aims to analyze the impact of social media in an EFL context during the pandemic COVID-19. The researcher will share outcomes after conducting a meta-analysis of research available on established international databases elsewhere, Taylor Francis, JSTOR, Science Direct, Springer, etc., ranging from the aftermath of COVID-19 to the date. Actually, this research was conducted till June 2021. Okay. So the researcher explored the like Scopus, Springer, JSTOR, Science Drug databases, okay, from September 2020 till June 30, 2021. The research article, they were selected by using these keywords and expressions on these databases. During that period of time, not much. I mean, I could not find many articles written on this use of social media. But later on, there were some researches they emerged, but since the criteria was specific, there were very few articles I found on all these databases. So this is the criteria, as I mentioned there. There are 4 platforms that I've chosen to search. There were the topic related to the Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram. Okay, and as I mentioned there, the articles that are included in research were only that they were published in a highly recognized Scopus and Web of Science journals. Now, let's talk about this use of social media and was used, and then we'll see that during the pandemic how things turned out to be. The Facebook in EFL context was used for teaching writing. Students were given flexibility to write down the essays, short paragraphs in teacher formed different group on the Facebook, and their student they written down their paragraphs, and the other students were also able to read and comment on the writing that was written by the so the learner were able to do not only the activities with the help of Facebook in the classroom, but also outside the classroom as well. So, but for the pedagogical use of Facebook in EFL context, it is found that there is difference in learner responses while using Facebook for questioning and interacting with others, which led the researcher to advocate the use of Facebook because it provides a source of extra input. The student actually they felt that it is very interactive. They can see each other's work, and they can at the same time they can give feedback to their classmates. The use of Twitter actually has been also been used in different countries, but the issue, one of the issue, I mean, okay, so it was used to for discussions, learning to connect with the people, because Twitter is one of the social media site that has been used even by the high valued personalities around the globe. So the learners, they were not only able to classmates, but also the L2 speakers, the native speakers outside their classroom in the other countries, and they were able to negotiate, they conduct discussions, and they learn, I mean, there's a lot of ideas, they got a lot of ideas around the world. Other studies also found that the Twitter use can positively change learning attitudes towards reading and writing, and may motivate students to write in L2L in the foreign language. Borot also found that Twitter received for its pedagogical benefits for enhancing learners' communicative, socio-linguistic, and cultural competencies. Okay. Then Twitter was also used for teaching grammar, and it was also found out that the Twitter helped to enhance long-term memory capacity and promoted positive learning attitude in the learners. Okay, and it also been observed by the researcher that it not only improve language in a formal setting, but also in informal way as well to the learners. Now, let's talk about the Instagram. Instagram has been also used by the teachers and the learners in an EFL context in the neighboring country, Saudi Arabia. And given that many Saudi EFL teachers, they post language on the Instagram, they took the picture, like for example, the Instagram has been used to describe the vocabulary, idioms, and other grammatical concepts. So since there is a facility on the Instagram that you can post videos or and the pictures, so teacher, they also try to upload short lectures of 1 minute or 1.5 minutes, and the student, they find it really very interesting. And so Instagram was mainly used for teaching vocabulary. Now let's talk about the WhatsApp. WhatsApp communication has, WhatsApp has been the most commonly used social media app or website that really was, easy to use by the users and the learners. And teachers also were able to post many worksheets, videos, all kind of tasks on the WhatsApp, and they were able to get the feedback from the student at the same time. Now let's talk about the challenges. Okay, so there's about, I think the time is short. All right, now let's talk about the opportunities. Now, researchers found that the social media apps such as Facebook and Instagram are beneficial to promote interaction, online discussions, and group work. So any EFL teacher who is looking for promoting discussions and group work for the learners, Facebook is one of the useful tools that can be used to use for group tasks. And social media also provide learner opportunity to interact and communicate with ease, potentially resulting in more effective language learning. So the student, they really find it something, I would like to add something, we feel like belongingness. When we are, as a teacher, uploading tasks and worksheets, sometimes students, they feel as burden. But when we talk about the social media is something they feel that it belongs to them. So self of belongingness is there in the social media. So student, either they are using Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, they really feel convenient and ease for using it, and they enjoy interacting with that, with the classmate and the teacher. And above all, most of the learners, they are very much familiar with the features of social media, so it was not an issue for the teachers to guide the student how to use social media tools for the learning purposes. Then again, it also provides connectivity both inside the classroom and outside the classroom. Students were able to be connected with their classmates and the teacher, both inside and outside the classroom, especially in the time of the COVID-19, when the students, they were not able to attend the classes. They were they were able to connect easily to all the people, not only in the institution but outside, just to get extra knowledge, information on the topic they're studying. So social media has been recognized by educator, learning institution, and specifically instructor teaching remotely and engage in online teaching to share course reference material freely and conveniently, and to deliver the formal education. And social media also has a positive effect on learners' attitude toward linguistic and emotional development. So it has been found during
Muhammad, still 1 minute. Try to finish in this minute.
Oh, really? It's a short time, actually. Now let's talk about the challenges. When we talk about the challenges of social media, the student, one of the biggest challenges was that if we use the social media for the short time task, the students were very curious and anxious to learn. But in the time of the pandemic, many teachers, they try to use to deliver their lectures for a long period of time, they really find it difficulty. Why? Because the student, they lost the interest of using social media after some time, and they went for discussing their own personal interest, and there are different ideas. So the class control, or the staying on the focus on the social media, was a challenge in the classes, especially in the online classes. Then some social media websites like Twitter has limitations. Like on Twitter, you can just only type 280 characters, though it was very effective and widely used social media website to connect with the people, but it had a limitation so the students and the teacher, they struggle of posting longer text on some of the platforms. And some students, they also mentioned that they were distracted with the extra features like WhatsApp. While they were using the task, they received messages from their friends and other family members, so they were easily distracted. And that made them anxious because they were unable to stay focused on the task. In their learning
Muhammad,
during
your time is finished.
The class.
20 minutes is finished. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad.
So sorry, I couldn't finish in time. There were a lot of things to talk about, actually.
Yes, the time is finished now. 20 minutes.
Okay. All right.
In 20 seconds, Dr. Muhammad, if you wanted to say anything in 20 seconds, because we have questions.
Okay, if there is any question, I'm happy to share. Otherwise, I can speak for that. My recommendation is
Dr. Muhammad only.
Yes. Any question?
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, for this good presentation. It is very important topic for us and for our sons and children and for students. It is, and Dr. Muhammad really tried to interest in education and psychologist things. It is a good topic. If there are any questions for Dr. Muhammad Amr Saeed, is there any questions?
Okay, Doctor. I think if there is no question, I can just speak for half a minute. I think as a teacher, we know that in our institution, the use of social media is quite limited here. I think as an educator and the stakeholders, we need to find out some way to use, there should be some policy should be devised for the use of social media for the education purposes. And I believe that it will help the teachers to engage the learners in the studies, and especially to interact with the teacher. We have the medium of communication with the student through emails and through Moodle and all the other ways, but I think social media is also useful. But again, there should be some limitations, like timing. that the teachers should not be bothered by the student for sending messages at any time.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you for you take 2 minutes more than your time. Thank you very much, and I hope you the best with your PhD. Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good.
Now we go to the second presentation. The second presentation with Dr. Khidr Hassan. Dr. Khidr is from Department of Mathematics and Sciences. Dr. Khidr Abu Hassan have a good research profile. He will make a presentation about a 10 photonic crystal-based sensor for detection of cancerous blood cells. Thank you, Dr. Khidr, and go ahead with your presentation.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Nasser. Can you just tell me if you see and hear me?
I hear you good, Dr. Khidr.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Dr. Khidr is associate professor in the Department of Mathematics and Sciences. I can hear you good, Dr. Khidr. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof, for the introduction. I'm going to present our finding in this work, which has been already published in the Journal of Optical and Quantum Electronics. This journal is indexed in Scopus as well as in Web of Science. So the title of this work is a 1D photonic crystal-based sensor for detection of cancerous blood cells. And these are my co-authors, Professor Hassan Ashur and Professor Mazen Abadlan from Gaza, from Palestine. As an introduction, so as we know, cancer is considered as the second deadly disease in the globe, as 1 in 6 deaths is due to different commonly types of cancer. Therefore, researchers have been working on developing efficient biosensors for early detection of the disease. Recently, the photonic crystal, or shortly PC, has received great attention from researchers and designed as efficient cancer detector. PC is a man-made structure that consists of 2 or 3 different materials arranged in a periodic fashion. The fascinating property of the PC is the photonic band gap, or shortly PBG. This band gap develops in the transmittance spectrum in some range of wavelength, where the incident light is prohibited from transmitting through the crystal. For sensing applications, a defective layer contains the analyte to be sensed, is inserted in the middle of the structure. This will result in the appearance of what we call resonant peaks or resonant modes within the PBG. The spectral location of the peak is dependent on the refractive index of the analyte. This figure shows the proposed structure, which is composed of periodic layers. The blue colored layer refers to the zinc selenide material, while the yellow colored layer refers to the zinc sulfide thin film. Now, in the middle of the structure here, we have the red colored region, which is the defective layer, and this region will be filled by the blood sample. Each material is characterized by the refractive index. So N1 and 2 means the refractive index for the first layer is N1, while N2 is the refractive index of the second layer. En here is the incident light, the electric field associated with the incident electromagnetic wave, and theta 0 is the incident angle. So part of the incident light will be reflected back into air, and the other part will be transmitted through the first layer. Now, when the light comes to the interface between layer 1 and layer 2, it will experience reflection and transmission. So as the light is propagating inside the crystal, at each interface between 2 adjacent layers, the light will experience reflection and transmission. So ultimately, the light is going to exit from the crystal. We call it the transmitted light. This is the structure of the proposed sensor. And here is the number of unit cell. So each unit cell consists of 2 layers. Now, this diagram shows the transmittance spectrum versus wavelength. We use this range of wavelength for examining the transmittance properties of the proposed structure, which is from 1066 to 1720 nanometer. Now you see here multiple curves. So each curve refers to a different number of unit cells. So we used 40, 50, 60, and 70 unit cells. Now, in each of these curves, we can see the spectrum goes up and then goes down to the minimum value, almost 0, and then goes up again. So we are interested in this region where the transmittance is almost 0. And this is what we call the photonic band gap. So the photonic band gap, where the light cannot propagate inside the material, cannot transmit from the crystal. So in this photonic band gap, we are going to work on this region of wavelength. We have different curves for different unit cells, and we can see as the number of unit cells is increasing, the photonic band gap is well defined. It is well defined in the sense that the left edge and the right edge of the spectrum are sharp and vertical. Now, this figure is used to optimize the thickness of the defect layer because the width of the photonic band gap is related to the thickness of the defect layer. So we examine the thickness of the defective layer. We fill the defective layer by air, only air, without putting any blood cells. And we found that as we increase the thickness of the defective layer, which is the red color in the structure, the resonant peak moves to higher or to longer wavelength. In another attempt of optimizing the structure, we discuss for each thickness, the transmittance of the structure as the defective layer is filled with the different blood cells. So you can see in each curve, for example, for 7 micrometer thickness, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 peaks, which refer to different 6 blood samples. The one to the left with the red color is the blood cells with free cancer, no cancer. The other 5 peaks belong to different types of cancers, like here we have Jurkat, we have HeLa, we have PC12, MDA, MB231, and we have MCF7. All these are different types of blood cell cancers. Each of these blood cells characterized by a refractive index. So the refractive index for the normal blood cells is 1.35, while for Jurkat is 1.39, for the other type is 1.392, and so on. So as the refractive index is increasing, the resonant wavelength is shifted to longer wavelength. And this is actually the main principle of operation of the sensor. If the blood cells has certain type of cancer, then identifying the location of the peak will tell us what type of cancer that blood samples has. This graph is used to optimize the sensitivity of the sensor, which is defined as the difference in the wavelength. This is the resonant wavelength divided by the difference in the refractive index. And we can see as the defective layer thickness is increasing, we get a better sensitivity of the sensor. This is also another diagram to optimize or to determine what we call the quality factor, which is defined by the resonant wavelength divided by the full width at half maximum. This is the full width at half maximum of the resonant peak. This is one way of determining the right parameters of the sensor for optimum performance. This graph illustrates the transmittance spectrum as the angle of incidence is different from the normal incidence. So here we have at an angle of incidence equivalent to 20 degrees, we have this spectrum. And as we increase the angle of incidence to 30, 40, and 60 degrees, then the resonant peaks are shifted to longer values of wavelength. This is also another diagram for optimizing the structure of the sensor for different angles of incidence. So as a conclusion here, the main results of this work are we have introduced a novel binary photonic crystal sensor structure to detect the presence of cancer in the blood cells. The design is very compact with a total thickness of 82 micrometer. We have carried out an optimization process to select the best thickness of the defect layer that gives sharp, efficient, and distinguishable resonant peaks. The optimum defect thickness found is 7 micrometer, where the sensitivity of the proposed sensor at normal incidence is determined as 244.4 nanometer per RIU, and the highest quality factor obtained is 9,138. The sensitivity of the sensor is improved at the angles of incidence between 40 degrees and 60 degrees. That's all from me. If you have any question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khidr Abul Hassan. It is very important topic. I think that it will have very important implications in human life. Thank you very much. If there are any questions from attendees, is there any questions for Dr. Khidr? Is there any questions? Thank you very much, Dr. Khidr Abul Hassan, for your time, and you have the exact time in your presentation. We now go to the third presentation by me, inshallah. First, thank you, Dr. Khidr. You can now stop share. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Now I come to my presentation. My presentation is about gender differences in intelligence on the standard progressive matrices in the Zafar region of Oman. This work have been published in a good journal, Scoba Journal. This journal is Mankind Quarterly. It was published in 2021 in June. The authors of this work was Professor Nasser Said Jum'a Abdul Rashid, Dr. Khalid Musallam Al-Mashikhi, and Dr. Yusuf Ahmed Bakhit Al-Barami, all from Education Department, and Professor Edward Dutton from Aspire University, Poland, and Dr. Najda Muhammad Abu Ibrahim from Sudan University of Science and Technology, and Professor Salahuddin Farah Atallah Bakhit from King Saud University. The article is published in Mankind. Mankind is very good journal in psychology. It is published in USA, and it is a Q2 journal. I come to my introduction. The introduction, there are many researchers or many articles about gender differences in intelligence. These articles or researcher was in different countries, in Western countries, in Arab countries, and in developing countries. There are a contradiction in the previous study findings. There are a lot of results. These results is different from Western countries and to Arab and developing countries. For example, Flynn 2012 finds that based on systematic literature review, that males and females IQ in adulthood are essentially equal. But Lynn in 2017 affirms that during childhood and adolescence, female display approximately the same or sometimes higher IQ score than do males. There are some studies say that females and females in adulthood or childhood or in adolescence, sometimes they are equal in IQ, and some studies say that females is better than or higher than females. This contradiction in the findings is related to the test which these articles or this researcher have used. Some researcher used Wechsler, some used another tests. Some use verbal tests, some use empirical or implementation tests. These different tests and different regions give different results. So that females on average begin puberty earlier than males, and puberty is associated with rapid cognitive development. That means females start to puberty before males, and the cognitive development is earlier than males. That means in this stage, about 11 and 12 years old, females perhaps have higher score about the males in IQ. It is argued that by Lynn that males overtake females because through they enter puberty later, male growth, including cognitive growth, and continuous until they attain a cognitive advantage. That means after 12 years old, males will be have good score in IQ, and they can have higher IQ scores than females in adulthood or in about from 15 to 18 years old. Van der Linden et al. 2017 have shown that brain size reliably predicts IQ, and that adult females' brain are on average smaller than those of adult females. That is in adulthood. That can predict that in adulthood or in later years, males perhaps have higher IQ more females. Flynn 2017 argues that when you employ only substantial representative samples of adults on Raven's progressive matrices, a non-verbal this test is non-verbal test. There are verbal tests, and this test is non-verbal test. In this stage, adult male and female IQ are approximately the same, even though the female standard deviation is not as wide as male one, at least in developing countries. In adolescence, female on average outscore male in developed countries. In developed countries, in Arab countries and Eastern countries, females on average outscores male in that stage. That becomes increasingly from this age of 11 onwards. For example, on the administration of SBM in England, girls aged 12 scored 0.4 SD higher than boys in that stage. In New Zealand, it was about 0.28 SD, while in Ireland it was 0.17 SD, females higher than males in IQ. For that, the sex differences or gender differences on the national samples are sometimes substantial. In Arab countries, in Sudan, 9-year-old girls outscored 9-year-old boys. In this age, 9-year, girls are outscored boys. On the colored progressive matrices by 12.15 IQ points. That means there are different findings from different countries in this domain, on this field. Khalifa et al. 2012 explored 6 differences in IQ in Oman on the colored progressive matrices. None were found to exist. Colored progressive matrices is another test. There are many Rabin matrices. There is colored matrices, this normal matrices. There is advanced progressive matrices which we use in our study. None were found to exist, but the sample only went to the age of 11. All studies and all articles about IQ used Rabin matrices was only to 11 years. But our sample in our study, the sample will be till 18. And this is advantage in our study, and we try to cover the gap in the previous studies in that domain, because most of them used another tests, and most of them was the age till 11. No study used the Rabin's standard progressive matrix SBM test in Oman. In all regions of Oman, in Muscat, in Zufar, in another regions, no study was used the Rabin standard progressive matrix. This matrices is very progressive and advanced test in measure the IQ. So our study tried to fill this gap in the previous study. We hypothesized that by the age of around 11, females should be scoring higher than males, but that this advantage should reserve in favor of males in the late teenage years. That is our introduction. I come now to methodology. Participants, the sample of our study was 2019, and this is very great sample or participants. In previous study in Oman, no study was like this sample size. About 1,046 males and 1,044 females. School students aged from 6 to 18 from different schools in the Zufar region, from different provinces in Zufar, from different regions in Zufar Governorate. About 1,087 students, about 52% were from rural schools, while the rest were from urban schools. The sample was tested in the autumn semester 2018 and 2019. Alhamdulillah, for this big size sample, we have good data set. This data set we have till now published about 5 articles from data set, 2 in Impact Factor journal and 3 in Scopus journal, and perhaps we can publish another papers from this data set, because we have more than about 20 variables in our data set. The measure. We use Rabin's standard progressive matrices, SBM test. The SBM assesses IQ through 16 abstract nonverbal reasoning. This test is nonverbal test. It depend on many forms and photos. It is aimed to subjects between the age of 8 and 65. It is comprised of 60 problems. These 60 items or 60 problems, it divided into 5 groups. It is gradually moved from sample problems to very difficult problems. The SBM was administered to participants in groups in their classes. this test was used in many Arabic countries like Saudi Arabia, in Sudan, in Emirates, in Yemen, and we have used it in Oman. It is reliable, and we have calculated the reliability of the test by using alpha Cronbach, and it was 0.76. This is a test المواصفات المعيارية المطورة المجموعات from من A to H. Here examples for the items of the test. You can see here, this is the main picture or form. There is here something يعني wanted to fill this. The child or the adolescent is requested to choose one of these 6 choices under the shape, which can fill the gap here. You can see that it is gradually from very simple item and moved to something difficult, like here. It is A1, A12, B12, C8, D4, E3, يعني some different shapes. The procedures of our study, prior to commencing the data collection phase, we have obtained ethical approval from University Research Board, URB, of Sofar University. Me and Dr. Khaled and Dr. Yusuf, we have obtained this approval, and then we send the university approval to the Ministry of Education, to the Technical Office of Studies and Development, to TOSD, and the Ministry of Education to conduct the study at public schools. Obtained that in 2018. Then we have made 2 training sessions by Dr. Yusuf Al-Barami, and thank you very much for Dr. Yusuf Al-Barami. He made a good job to make training for psychologists, sociologists, and educational General Director of Education on the Sofar Governorate on how to apply the test on students, distribute to pupils, and record their response. The sample was randomly chosen. We have choose randomly the participants from different schools, from different provinces in the Sofar region, and the schools were randomly chosen, representing the rural and urban different educational stages, يعني first cycle, second cycle, or after essential learning stage, from the 3 stages in schools from age of 6 to age of 18, different environments in the Sofar Governorate, in addition to different grades. We have conducted our test on pupils or students in schools in their classes in groups. We a question book and sheet for answering. The student read the question or the item in the test book, and he can make his answer on the answer sheet. The test was administered by psychologists, sociologists, and educational supervisors at the General Directorate of Educational in the Sofar Governorate. These are our results. You can see here that mean and standard deviation of males and mean and standard deviation of females from age of 6 to age of 8. You can see that here in age of 6, there are small differences between males and females, but this difference is not significant. But in 8, there are significant differences between males and females. You can see here, males is 21, but females is 19. In age of 8, males are 23 and females is 20. After the approximately the same. in the age of 10, there are differences between males and females in favor of males, and so on. Yeah, here this table clarify the differences between males and females in all ages which we covered in our test. Sometimes there is small differences in favor of males or in favor of females. This shape or figure clarify the scores or the mean scores of males and females from age of 6 to age of 18. You can see here red color is for females, red color for females, and this color is for females, males. These are and sometimes differences for males in blue, and sometimes differences in favor of females in red. Before puberty, between the age of 6 and 10, males tend to score higher than females, and in 3 out of 5 age cohort, these differences attain statistical significance. The differences calculated from the D values across this age range is nearly 5.2 IQ points. Male and female scores are essentially the same during puberty. Between the age of 11 and age of 15, when the sex differences is trivial, 0.5 Q points favoring females. Finally, between the age of 16 and age of 18, males outscore females by the equivalent of 11.6 IQ points, average over the entire 6 to 18 years age range. Male have a higher average IQ than females for total scores. In all, for general thing, males have a higher average IQ than females, with difference at almost 2 row scores point on the SBM. This is equivalent to 3.3 IQ points. It can be seen that the effect sizes are different at different ages, and that overall the effect size is weak, which is what we would expect, as the sex differences in IQ is only suggested to small accordingly to low. Future implications, future research should develop our findings by testing a large and nationally representative sample. Our sample was only from the far region. Future researchers can take samples from all governorates in Oman, in Muscat, Zufar, and another regions of Oman, school pupils, as also our sample is representative of Zufar only. It is not necessarily representative of Oman as a whole. But overall, we have only been able to provide partial confirmation for the verification of Lin model based on the sample from Zufar. Recommendation: teachers and parents should take into account individual differences in intelligence and mental abilities as assign students to tasks commensurate with these differences. When calculating the IQ, the choice of the appropriate test, in my presentation, I indicate that there are many tests, verbal tests and non-verbal tests to measure IQ. Then when we measure IQ, we should choose the appropriate test, whether verbal or non-verbal or performance must be taken into account. The family must provide the appropriate atmosphere and train males and females in the various activities that can develop the verbal and the non-verbal abilities that make up intelligence. Thank you very much for your listening. I come to end my presentation. If there are any questions. Is there any questions? Is there any questions? If there is any questions, we can move to next presentation. Okay. Okay, we now move to next presentation. Next presentation by Dr. Abdul Qadir Muhammad Al-Sayed. Dr. Abdul Qadir Muhammad Al-Sayed is from Education Department. Dr. Abdul Qadir have a very good research profile. He have many papers published in a good and prestigious journals. And he is very active in research. His presentation is entitled "Why Can Educational Activity Program Based on Feuerstein Program and Gardner's Theory Increase Excellence and Creativity in Math in Oman Students?" Dr. Abdul Qadir, do you hear me?
نعم يا دكتور. السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله. You can go ahead, Dr. Abdul Qadir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
العرض واضح؟
العرض واضح وال it is clear and the microphone is with you now.
تمام. Thank you so much, Prof. Nasser. Thank you so much for this wonderful organization, this session, and thank you for the all. My paper, or the title of the paper is "Can an Educational Activity Program Based on Feuerstein's Program and Gardner's Theory Increase Excellence and Creativity in Math in Oman Students?" This paper was published in the journal of FW, Journal of Social Sciences. The journal is indexed in Scopus and Web of Science with Impact Factor. The authors of this paper, myself and Dr. Rasha Sayyid Abbas and Dr. Muhammad Sayyid Abdu from College of Education, Ain Shams University in Egypt. We know excellence and creativity in mathematics are necessary requirements for the 21st century. So many countries, including Oman, have organized and developed curricula and programs with the aim increasing learning creativity, so they are better able to face local and global challenges. And some countries have introduced the new curricula known as curricula for excellence, which focus on helping students to reach levels of excellence and achievement. Excellence in education means that the student have the ability to achieve difficult goals, to show a high level of skills during activities, to have a high level of thinking abilities. As for creativity, it is a process with successive stages aimed to producing multiple solutions characterized by diversity and novelty, and the various components being balanced. And we know أيضا to excellence and creativity are linked together. And learning mathematics is a good way to achieve excellence and creativity for a student because it depends on the use of imaginations, mental images, logic, and supplying evidence for positions. And Feuerstein enrichment program aims to help students learn and increase their ability to adapt to the environment by changing their cognitive environment and acquiring new cognitive skills. For Gardner theory is one of the educational theories based on cognitive psychology and growth psychology. And it states that human intelligence consists of several mental abilities, and it describes how people use their multiple intelligence to solve problems. So we prepared in this paper an activity program in mathematics based on Feinstein's enrichment program and Gardner's multiple intelligence theory to increase excellence and creativity in mathematics for Omani students. So we hypothesized that the success of previous programs based on the same foundations would generalize to Omani students. So we tested in this paper two hypotheses. The hypothesis number one, the educational activity program had a substantial effect on developing excellence in math skills for Oman's basic education students. The hypothesis number two, the educational activity programs had a substantial effect to developing creativity in math skills for Oman's basic education students. Regarding method, we carried out an experiment where the experiment group received special training and the control group did not. We then checked whether the pre-test and post-test gain was larger for the experimental group than for the control group. The sample of this study comprised an experimental group of 35 girls students in the first 8th grade at Aisha bint Abi Bakr School in Salalah, and the control group of 36 girl students in the 3rd 8th grade in the same school. And this study was carried out during the first term of the academic year 2018-2019. Regarding the study materials and the tools, were educational activity program, excellence skills test, and the creativity skills test. The study variables are the activity program as independent variables. You know, please, in table number 1, independent and dependent variables. The activity program as an independent variables, and the excellence and the creativity in mathematics is two dependent variables. طبعا this described in number 1, table number 1. Regarding the study design, was based on experimental design, where 2 parallel groups were assigned at random to the experimental conditions and the control conditions, control and experimental group. And the control group, the experimental group and the control group book to pre and post measurements as described this table number 2. And the statistical analysis for this study, we our data analysis, data were analyzed using means, standard deviations, t-test, and significance level, effect sizes, and eta square, employing SPSS version number 22. The results of this study, in the first, we equivalence on pre-test for experimental and the control group. The table number 3 and the table number 4 show results in the experimental group and the control group on the pre-test of excellence skills and the creativity skills. Please show in the difference for experimental group in the excellence and the creativity, T value and the B value. There is no differences between control group and experimental group in the pre-test of the test of excellence and creativity. So there is strong equivalence of the two groups in excellence and creativity in mathematics. This first, before we applying the program and the test of excellence and creativity. The test value and the p-value, no difference between group control and experimental group in pre-test. Effective of the program. The first hypothesis states that when the activity program has substantial effect on developing excellence in math skills, there should be an substantially higher scores for the experimental group. Please, table number 5, differences between the means of experimental and control group in excellence in mathematics pre-test, t-values and eta square and effective size اللي هو حجم التأثير show there is strong differences between control group and experimental group, favor of experimental group for all dimensions and the whole of the test. So the t-value and the p-value show that all difference score are highly statistical significance. So the first hypothesis is clearly supported. The second hypothesis states that the activity program has substantial effect on developing creativity in math skills, so there should be substantially higher post-test score for the experimental group. Table 6 show differences between the means of the experimental group and the control group in the creativity in mathematics post-test. And if we see eta square and the p-value and effect size, we show there are very large effects on all dimensions of valency and flexibility and the whole of the test. There are very large effects on all dimensions and also the effect of the total of score test. So there is clear support for the second hypothesis. This means we were large and significant experimental effects in a favor of the experimental group, showing these educational outcomes can be generalized to Oman because there are differences or strong differences between control group and experimental group in all dimensions of skills in creativity and mathematics and skills too. In the end of this paper, we note various limitations of the study, like number of students, like difference between the schools and another schools in Muscat and Salalah. So we note various limitations of the study and write it in the paper, and we give various recommendations. Thank you, Prof. Nasser, and thank you for all. If you have any questions, please, I listen for you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Qadir. Thank you for this presentation and this very, very important topic, excellence and creativity by students. We need really to develop the creativity and excellence by our students to they can contribute in the community. If there are any questions for Dr. Abdul Qadir? Is there any questions? I have a question, Dr. Abdul Qadir.
تفضل يا دكتور.
Dr. Abdelkader, there are many variables which can affect the results of the experimental design. For this experimental design between control group and experimental group, how can the team control the different variables which can affect the experimental design?
You know, Prof. Nasser, about these variables, the student of control group and experimental group from the same school and the same community and the same conditions of intelligence and another issues. And we carried pre-test for the excellence t-test and the creativity test. We submit this 2 exams before the training before the remainder of this program, and we show there were equivalents for creativity and excellence for all dimensions for this 2 tests.
Thank you, Dr. Abdelkader. Did the same teacher teach it for control group and group?
Yes. The same teacher now. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Abdelkader, for this very important topic.
Welcome, Dr. Nasser. Welcome.
Is there any other questions? If there isn't another questions, we can move to next presentation. Okay, now we move to next presentation. Next presentation is by Dr. Amir Ahmed. Dr. Amir Ahmed is Assistant Professor in Department of English Language and Literature. Dr. Amir have many research articles and participate in many conferences, national and international. He will present his work entitled by the title here by me is different.
English indirect questions by L1 speakers of Omani Arabic.
Testing the interference.
Testing the interface hypothesis
of English. Indirect questions by L1 speakers of Omani Arabic.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amir. You can go ahead.
Thanks a lot for the invitation, and thanks for the host and all the attendees. Okay, I just want to point out at the very beginning that this is a joint project. Dr. Irina Lenchak and myself did this study together, so it's a joint work. So I'm just going to start by looking at, so I'll look at the motivation for this study, and then I'll look at the hypotheses that we have for this study, and then we'll look at the results, and then we'll try to come up with a way of trying to interpret the results of this study. And then at the end, we have some implications for ESL teachers. First, on to motivation. The rationale for this study was basically our own anecdotal evidence, whereby highly advanced L2 speakers of English were noticed to consistently make errors with English indirect questions. So from that came our non-theoretical question, namely, what is it about this structure that makes it so?
لا لا ينور عليك. لا انت قلت اسخن القعده شويه. سمع شوف.
Hello? Hi, can you guys hear me? Oh, okay, so I'll just continue. So basically, this was the motivation for the study. What is it about this structure that makes it so resistant in terms of adult second language acquisition of English? In order to start our work, we basically, based on our anecdotal evidence, we came up with 3 hypotheses. The first one was the fact that, given the fact that adult advanced ESL learners of English behave differently from native speakers of English as regards this structure, we assume that their grammatical knowledge of this structure is different from that of the native speakers of English. And then we came up with 2 other more specific hypotheses. The first one is that when we look at English indirect questions, we find that they are of 2 types. One of them has the matrix clause, which is not a question, but the embedded clause is a question. And the other one is for both the matrix clause and the embedded clause are questions. So if we look at this one, for example, here, this is type 1. I don't know why she is behaving like this. As you can see here, the matrix clause, I don't know, doesn't have an interrogative force. And if we look at the embedded clause does have the interrogative force. But the interesting thing here is that neither of them requires subject-verb inversion. So we don't say, don't I know, and we don't say, why is she? So we assumed that this would be unproblematic for our students or learners, simply because the students or the learners do not have to do subject-verb inversion, neither for the embedded clause nor for the matrix clause. And then we formulated a third hypothesis whereby we assumed that type 2 indirect questions will prove to be more cognitively challenging for the learners and therefore more resistant to learning. For example, if you look at type 2, do you know why she is behaving like this? As you can see, the matrix clause, do you know, is interrogative in terms of its force, and the embedded clause is also interrogative. And the reason why we hypothesized that this would be problematic was because the learners would have to do inversion, subject-verb inversion in the matrix clause here, but not in the embedded clause. Just to sum up what I have just said, when we have this mismatch in features, minus question, meaning no subject-verb inversion, and plus question, meaning, so basically, when we have minus question, meaning it's not a question, and plus question, meaning it is a question, okay? So we hypothesized that type 1 would be unproblematic, but type 2 would be problematic. Our theoretical framework in terms of the way we understand indirect questions is based on something in linguistic theory called principles and parameters. And basically the idea that there are some principles that all human languages share, and cross-linguistic difference arises from the fact that there are parameters that are not set, and they are set differently for different languages. Just to give you one example about English, about indirect questions. So we have a couple of features here. We have something called WH feature, and this regulates where exactly in the sentence do we find the WH word. And we have another feature, which is the question feature. This is the one that regulates where the verb is located in relation to the subject in the sentence. All right. So if we look at some languages, like we find that the WH feature is strong, meaning that the question word is always going to be fronted to the beginning of the sentence. Examples of such languages are Standard Arabic and most varieties of Arabic except for Egyptian Arabic, where you see the question word at the end of the sentence rather than at the beginning. And English would also be an example where WH question is strong because you see the question word at the beginning of the sentence. In terms of the Q feature, the question feature, We also have, by the way, in some languages, the WH feature is weak. Chinese, Japanese, Egyptian, Arabic are examples of this. We don't see the WH question right at the front of the sentence. Okay. In terms of the question feature, which regulates the position of the verb in relation to the subject, we also see a different parameter here. So some of languages have this feature as strong. So you see the verb right before the subject in the question. And this includes languages like German, Welsh, and Irish. And in other languages, we see this feature weak. Chinese is an example where in Chinese, you would say, when you make a question, you don't put the verb before the subject. The verb still remains after the subject. Okay. And then on the other hand, we have languages like English, where this feature is strong in the matrix clause. Therefore, anytime you make a matrix question, you have to invert the position of the auxiliary and the subject. But the feature itself is weak in embedded clauses of indirect questions because the auxiliary verb doesn't swap its position with the subject. Okay. Our methodology included using or recruiting 10 highly advanced learners of English. This is our experimental group. Their level of English proficiency was decided based on the fact that they have all passed IELTS with a band score of 7, which is the band score for advanced learners of English. And they all were studying at DU in the English language program at the time this experiment was conducted. They are all speakers of Omani Arabic as their first language. For our control group, we have 4 native speakers of American English. The reason why we conducted this study, because we wanted to couch it in one of the most influential second language acquisition theories nowadays. And this theory is called the interface hypothesis. And the list that you see here includes the names of the proponents of this hypothesis. To put it in, oversimplify things a lot, the basic idea of this hypothesis is that when we look at the linguistic performance of highly advanced any second language, we find that when it comes to structures that include syntax only and does not have any interface between syntax and any other component of the language faculty, this type of structures is acquired at the advanced level without any problems, basically to a native speaker level of proficiency. As regards structures that are consistently problematic, and for the proponents of this theory, maybe this type of structure is even unlearnable, no matter how advanced the learner is. This includes syntactic structures where there's an interface between the syntactic component of the language and pragmatics or discourse. Just to give you one example of each, if we look at English indirect questions, this is a type of syntactic structure where syntax does not interface with any other component of the language faculty. If you look at structures like the definite article in English, for instance, you find that if you want to explain how the definite article in English works, you have to make reference to things that have to do with discourse and semantics and pragmatics. Like when you tell your students, for example, I can use the definite article when the person or the thing I'm talking about is salient in discourse, or when there is one of a kind. So even my knowledge of the world is incorporated. And that's what makes this kind of structure really difficult to acquire at the most advanced levels of proficiency in English. Our instruments included 2 types of tasks that we administered to our participants. The first one was what is known in the linguistic literature as a grammaticality judgment task. This is a written task. So we basically included 20 sentences of type 1 sentences with the ones that we expected to be unproblematic. 10 of them were grammatical, 10 of them were ungrammatical, 5 distractors, just in order not to let our learners figure out what we were looking for. So just to give you an example of type 1 sentences, when I say in number 1, I don't know why she's behaving like this. So this is grammatical. If you say, I don't know why is she behaving like this, this is ungrammatical. Type 2, this is the one that we hypothesize to be quite problematic for our students, simply because it involves utilizing a lot more cognitive resources than they do when they do type 1 sentences. This includes sentences like, do you know why she's behaving like this? Which is grammatical, as opposed to, do you know why is she behaving like this, which is ungrammatical. And we included 10 distractors as well. So in all, there were 50 sentences, 20 sentences of type 1, 10 of them were grammatical, 10 ungrammatical, 20 sentences of type 2, 10 grammatical, 10 ungrammatical, and 5 distractors for type 1, 5 distractors for type 2, and distractors included targeting syntactic structures that have nothing to do with our focus for this study. And we followed that because there was this idea in linguistics that sometimes if you just rely on written tests, like especially grammaticality judgment task, where we give them the sentence and we ask them whether this sentence is grammatical or not, whether they accept it or not. Some linguists claim that this type of test is a bit biased because it tap into students' meta-linguistic knowledge as opposed to their actual linguistic competence. So to counter this factor, we incorporated an oral sentence completion task whereby the students or the learners would have no time to think about their answers, basically because they are doing this online, okay, on the spot. So the way we did that was in the following manner. We interviewed each of our participants and we trained them on how to do the experiment without, of course, telling them what we were interested in. So I would tell the participant, I am the interviewer, you are the interviewee. I am going to give you a sentence followed by a prompt, and I want you to put both of them in one sentence. For example, what is she trying to say here? This is my question, and here's the prompt. I don't see. Try to put these two in one sentence. They have to say, I don't see what she's trying to say here if they were making a grammatical sentence, and they would have to say, I don't see why is she trying to say here, which would be ungrammatical in English. All right, so this was for type 1. For type 2, questions, well, we did the same thing. So I would tell the learner or the participant, I'm giving you a question, I'm going to be following that with a prompt. Your job is to put these two together in one sentence. So I would say, who is she going to ask? This is my question. My prompt, do you know? Try to put them in one sentence. They have to say, do you know who she is going to ask? That would be grammatical. If they were to say, do you know who is she going to ask? That would be ungrammatical. And also here, also we included 10 distractors, just to let, in order not to make them figure out what we were interested in. Here are the results of our grammaticality judgment task. So as you can see, out of 20 sentences, this is, for example, participant 1, who got 12 out of, by the way, the blue bar is for type 1 indirect questions, and the orange bar is for type 2 indirect questions. So 12 out of 20 for type 1, 9 out of 20 for type 2, second participant, third participant, fourth, and etc., etc. As you can see, their performance was very much at a chance level. They sometimes would produce the target form correctly, and sometimes they would produce the ungrammatical form. And this was the same for all the participants, as you can see. When we looked at our results for the oral sentence completion task, we saw something really similar. So basically, this is our first participant. So she got 16 out of 20 for type 1 sentences and 10 out of 20 for type 2 sentences. Second participant, 8 out of 20 for the first type of indirect questions and 10 out of, again, as you can see here, what we see is basically a linguistic performance at a chance level. So they were sometimes producing the target form correctly, and some other times they were producing the wrong
Dr.
form.
Amr, still 3 minutes for you, Dr. Amr.
Okay, I'll be done in 3 minutes. Thank you so much.
Okay.
In our discussion, just to interpret the results, so as you can see here, the fact that their linguistic performance was different from that native speakers confirms our first hypothesis that their knowledge of English indirect questions is different from that of native speakers of English. For our third hypothesis, which was also confirmed, what we expected to be problematic actually proved to be problematic. What, to our surprise, even type 2 indirect questions, which we expected to be unproblematic, actually turned out to be problematic. So in a nutshell, our general conclusion is that type 1 and type 2 indirect questions. In order to interpret the results of our study, our most plausible explanation was that although the question feature is there, but unlike native speakers where the question feature is set as plus for the matrix clause, but minus for the embedded clause, for our participants, although the question feature is there, it just doesn't have a value. So underdetermined, it's neither plus nor minus. So that was the most plausible explanation. Another possibility could be that they were transferring from L1 because we tested them on indirect questions in Omani Arabic, and they seem to be accepting both. Ones where there is subject-verb inversion in the embedded clause, one there when there isn't. A third hypothesis that we entertained was the fact that because they learned the subject-verb inversion when they were learning matrix clauses, they kept overgeneralizing that all along until that time when they were highly advanced speakers of English. And then there is another hypothesis which has to do with processing, how they syntactically process this type of sentences online. So maybe sometimes they were processing the embedded clause as a matrix clause, therefore they do subject-verb inversion, and then they parse the matrix clause also as a matrix clause where they do subject-verb inversion, and then they glue these together. So the end result is what you see, subject-verb inversion in both the embedded and the matrix clauses. That's when they are producing the wrong form. When they are producing the right form, they are parsing the embedded clause as embedded, and therefore there is no subject-verb inversion. Our pedagogical implications include the fact that there is this idea in the literature, basically when you have syntactic structures where there is no interface between syntax and discourse or pragmatics, you can make a lot of gains when you instruct the students on those type of structures, and those gains would be durable. They would continue for a very, very long time. So we have two types of pedagogical interventions, something called focus on form isolated and something called integrated focus on form. The idea is basically this: when you are teaching a syntactic structure whose rule is not that complex, go ahead and teach it by focusing their attention on the form. On the other hand, when you have syntax structures like the definite article, for example, in English, where to explain it, you have to talk about all kinds of details that have nothing to do with the language itself, then in that case, try to embed it in a task that does not include any focus on form. That would be all for me. So in this case, we would just recommend that this type of structures be taught using isolated focus on form activities. That's all for me. These are our references. And if there are any questions, I would be more than happy to respond. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amir. Dr. Amir, a good effort in this project. Thank you very much. If there are any questions from attendees? Is there any questions? I have shared with you the link to obtain the certificate of attendance. Everyone requested to fill this link, open this link and fill the requested information, and you can obtain the certificate. Thank you very much for all. If there is any questions, inshallah, we will have
Professor Nasir.
Tafadhal.
Yeah, Dr. Gohar is ready for the presentation.
Is it ready now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Professor Asif. Thank you. We move now to the next presentation by Dr. Johar Ahmed Naiko. Dr. Johar is Assistant Professor in Department of Mathematics and Sciences. Dr. Johar is very active researcher. He published a lot of good articles in prestigious journals, and he participated in a lot of good conference nationally and internationally. Dr. Johar. Dr. Johar. Dr. Johar, are you with us now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, can you see? Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it is coming. Zoom link.
Okay. Just presentation. Just give me 1 minute.
Dr. Johar, do you hear me?
Yeah, I am hearing you. Can you hear me? Can you see my
welcome,
presentation?
Dr. Johar. You have a lot of work today. You are busy. Welcome,
can you see my presentation now?
Inshallah, will present his work entitled nanomaterials-based sensors for repository viral detections. Dr. Johar, very good work, very active researchers, many articles in good journals, many participations in national and international conferences. You can go ahead with your presentation, Dr. Johar.
Thank you so much, Professor Nasir, for this nice introduction. So first of all, I would like to apologize for all attendees because of some other circumstances which were not in my control. I am a bit late. So let me discuss my topic of research, the paper which I have published in IEEE sensors, that is nanomaterial-based sensors for respiratory viral detection. Actually, this paper is a review article, collection of and combination of the latest literature which has been published, keeping in mind how we can develop nanosensors to detect COVID-19. So in this paper, first of all, okay. So for some common respiratory diseases caused by respiratory viruses. So if you see, we have influenza virus, we have coronavirus, we have enterovirus, we have rhinovirus, we have adenovirus, respiratory syncytial virus. So viruses that cause some of the common respiratory disease conditions. Now, this is a crop, this is bronchitis, the diseases which are caused because of these viruses. We have influenza, we have pneumonia, we have common cold. So based on this, the point of doing all this literature review, collecting data related to it, actually I was interested to develop some nanomaterials, 2D nanomaterials, 3D nanomaterials, which are good, efficient to detect the coronavirus. The mechanism behind this is how we can detect a corona negative and corona positive patient from his breathing, when he will breathe. So we will detect him without doing all these testing, taking samples from his nose, samples from his mouth, all this stuff. So to minimize the timing, to make it more efficient. And now we have to live with this cold, we have to live with this virus somehow. So that is why we need to figure out to develop some advanced nanomaterials which can help out us to figure out this issue in future. So if you see viral diagnostic tests, how many tests we have? We have electron microscopy, we have direct visualization, we have Sanger sequencer, next generation sequencer, DNA microassay, we have DNA sequencing, we have mass spectroscopy, a MALDI, time of frequency, ELISA, antibody staining, hemagglutination, inhibition, immune related to immune system, nucleic acid detection and amplification, like we have PCR test. I am well aware you all know PCR test. Generally, we are using everywhere nowadays. So isothermal amplification technique, and we have another microelectronics and microfluidic. So it also contains lab and lab-at-a-chip technology, POC testing, SPR techniques. So all these are diagnostic tests to detect all these viruses which are causing diseases to us. Now, the point of concern is, since we have so many ways to detect all these influenza, all these viruses, but the problem is the time they are taken. Number one, the selectivity towards the virus. Number two, the sensitivity towards the virus, the point of detection and the point of difference, and the time consuming. If you see, this is method, this is sample type, and this is time consuming. Molecular POC, respiratory swabs, which we are taking either from mouth or from the nose. It is taking at least in the lab by using sensors. So biosensor, LFA, so respiratory swabs, blood, less than 60 minutes. CRISPR, CRISPR is very advanced technology nowadays. Respiratory swab, saliva, 40 to 70 minutes. ELISA, blood, 60 to 180. So RT 120 to 140 minutes. So to reduce this timing, the comparison of major COVID-19 diagnostic methods, these are the major diagnostic methods which practically we are using. However, to reduce this timing, the future develop some 2D nanomaterials of metals which are very cheap, so that a layman, a common man can afford such kind of sensors, and he can use it at home without going to hospital, without going to any medical, any clinic. There is sorry. So this is schematic structure of SARS-CoV-19 2, and it is possible target sites that can be used for biosensing and diagnosis. So we have here immune response. If you see, we have nucleoprotein, envelope protein, membrane proteins, spike protein, IgG, antibody G, antibodies, antibody M. These are all in our body, immunogenic response against SARS-CoV-19. So these are the schematic structure of COVID-19, and it is possible target sites. What are the target sites where we can focus? Basically, if you see any disease, we cannot control the whole disease. We are seeing what is the target. The point is here, which target we need to select so that our sensor can work and it can detect the disease very quickly and very efficiently. That is so we have so many targets here. But sometimes we are, trying to target on antibodies, and sometimes antigen, sometimes spike proteins, sometimes other things, antibody G. So these are the target sites for detecting COVID-19 by using nanomaterial-based sensors. So biosensors used for SARS-CoV-19 detection and diagnosis. Available biosensors for COVID-19 detection. So we have silica nanowire-based, we have plasmonic SRS QCM-based, we have graphene 2D material. It is FRET-based, electrochemical and aptamer gold nanoparticle-based sensor. We have CRISPR-Cas-based sensor. We have plasmonic photothermal gold nanoparticle-based sensors, which are available right now. So available biosensors. But if you see here, golden nanoparticles, silicon nanovisors. So somehow a common man, a layman cannot afford such kind of sensors. They're very expensive and they're not easy available. The target is here, how we can develop same kind of sensors by using cheap materials like copper, like nickel, like, which are easily available to us, and they show good response also. So that they can be easily available in pharmaceutical, pharmacies. Now, actually, what happened, if you remember when this corona started in Wuhan in 2019, then the Chinese professors, they have published one, efficient work related to this coronavirus. What they exactly did, they developed some sensors based on nanomaterials. If you see sensor response, this image is showing us sensor response of corona positive, corona negative patient. The sensor response of 3 different breath samples. This, if you see gray color is patient A sick, patient A which is corona positive, and the red color is patient A cured, which is cured after giving medicine, all this, and number C is control sample. They developed, actually they took near about 500 samples. They developed a sensor by using cheap nanomaterials. Then they went to the hospital where the corona positive patients were there. So they, from their breathing, when they were releasing their breath, from this they check what is the influence of this breath on the sensor, how it is showing result and digitally. So from this, they figure out there is possibility we can develop such kind of sensors with good efficiency, good selectivity, good stability also, and they are stable also, and they can be precise also. Accuracy is very high somehow. So there is possibility in future we can develop such kind of sensors. Since I am also related to nano materials, biosensors, I am also somehow trying to work out on this, and we have developed some materials also. So we have to figure out. If you see mechanism, the selective naked eye detection of SARS-CoV-19 using modified golden nanoparticle. This is basically how we are doing sample collection. Then we have, if you see SARS-CoV virus, then we have viral RNA extraction, basically RNA, ribose nucleic acid extraction. This viral RNA addition, then we are doing this. It is then ASO capped golden nanoparticles, 5-minute incubation. Then again RNAs, 5-minute incubation at 65-degree temperature, agglomerated golden nanoparticles. And then precipitation, from precipitation, selective naked eye detection of positive COVID-19 cases. This is mechanism how it is working. But I wonder if all of you are able to understand this, basically, the background of nanotechnology, nanomaterials, how sensors are basically working, how they are detecting. It is, when we have simple material in our hand, it is not nano. When it is simple, generally we are saying 10 to the power 3 to 10 to the power 6 electrons are present on. However, when we develop same material within nanometer range, then there is possibility of 10 to the power 15 to 10 to the power 30 nanoparticles on the surface of the. So there is possibility of 10 to the power 15, 10 to the power 13 electrons on the surface of the material. The more number of electrons on the surface of nanomaterial, there is more potential applications. So that is basically the mechanism how it is working, why we are trying to use nanoparticles. So the surface area will increase, number of electrons on the surface will increase.
Dr. Johar? There is a problem with you, Dr. Johar? We cannot hear you, Dr. Johar.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now is okay. Now is okay, Dr. Johar. You can go ahead.
Can you see my screen now?
I hear you good, but the presentation, I cannot see the presentation.
Okay, maybe I have to share again.
Okay, share it again. Yes, now okay. Okay, Dr. Johar, go ahead. Thank you very much. It is clear now, Dr. Johar.
Okay, so if you see, this is overall mechanism of my work, what exactly we have done. This is the bioreceptor from the human body. This is the surface, basically, nanoparticles. And this is target virus. What is our target virus? It's influenza, it is COVID-19. Then the message will go to an amplifier. Amplifier will signal to the processor. From the processor, we will get the digital recording. We will get the digital recording of this. So basically, the work which exactly I am looking forward is to develop these kind of nanomaterials, which will help out us to detect the coronavirus by using by checking breathing of the patients without doing any testing, without going any pharmaceutical pharmacies, clinicians, so to make it easier for the layman and common man. So summary. Sorry. Summary, more innovative options like the integration of different sensing options with artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things can also increase the predictability of false positive results and enhance the chances of getting reproducible results. In-depth knowledge about the theory and experiments for developing advanced nanomaterial-based biosensors for COVID-19 detection is highly required at this time, as it would help the researchers to advance their research on the easy and low-cost detection of these deadly viruses. Therefore, the rapid diagnosis is highly critical and has to be performed to reduce the rate at which the virus is transmitting. The unprecedented time calls for more research to understand its epidemiology to create better targeted diagnostics and therapeutics. So I would like to acknowledge the Research Council of Oman, Department of Research, Dhofar University, Mohri, for giving me funds to make sure my research assistants and my team can work out all this stuff. So highly thankful to them for accomplishing this work. So based on this, literature review, we have published 2 articles related to this, how we can develop nanosensors, biosensors to detect COVID-19. One is published in IEEE Sensors Impact Factor 3.3. Now, couple of weeks before, we have got another paper in Bioengineering and Translation Medicine Impact Factor 10.71. Thank you so much for giving me time.
Dr. Johar, I wanted to thank you too for this very, very important project. It will have very important implications for human. Thank you very much for this work and for your efforts. Now, if there is any questions for Dr. Johar, is there any questions? So thank you very much for all attendees. Thank you very much for presenters today from CAS, Dr. Johar, Dr. Khidr, Dr. Abdul Qadir, Dr. Amir, Dr. Muhammad Amir Said, and me, myself. Thank you for all. And the next session, inshallah, from CCBA, it will be hosted by Dr. Suhail Muhammad Ghos. Dr. Suhail, are you there? After 5 minutes, inshallah, the session will start, the third session for CCBA, hosted by Dr. Suhail Muhammad Ghos.
Yes, yes, Dr. Nasir, thank you so much. Okay,
welcome, Dr. Suhail. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine. How are you, sir?
Now I can give you the microphone. The microphone is with you now.
Yes, yes.
Okay, after 5 minutes, inshallah.
Yes, yes, inshallah, we will start after 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would thank Professor Asif Gundal, and I would to thank Dr. Samin Ahmed Khan and the research department in Dhofar University. Thank you very much and see you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. हो गया
I have a meeting now. I wanted to go. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum, all the guests, audience. This is the CCBA session, okay, College of Commerce and Business Administration. So we are going to start at 2:30 p.m. and we will be having 4 presentations into this session. The first presentation is by Dr. Faris Al-Shubairi. The second presentation will be by Dr. Mavia Lani. The third presentation will be conducted by Muhammad Ali Baith Ali Suleiman, and the fourth presentation will be by me, okay, Dr. Suhail Ghaus. So let us start with the presentation of Dr. Faris Al-Shubairi. Actually, Dr. Faris is busy and he has some urgent meeting, okay, so he may not be able to attend. So in his place, Dr. Mavia is going to present his paper as well as his paper. So Dr. Mavia, are you there?
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Do you hear me? Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Mavia, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, you can start, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present my presentation, and on behalf of Dr. Faris also, I will present his paper because he has another meeting. The paper of Dr. Faris is titled Portfolio Returns of Islamic Indices and Stock Prices in GCC Countries, Empirical Evidence from the ARDL Model. First of all, this journal called Sage Open It is a very well known journal. It is indexed in Scopus, and also it is in Web of Science with impact factor 1.356. The paper received from the journal in April 2020 and published in May 2021, almost 1 year and 1 month also. Actually, the idea of the paper is talking about what happened after the global financial crisis in 2008. I think all of us are aware about the financial crisis in 2008, which is about the real estate crisis, and the effects and consequences of this crisis is on the traditional banking sector, and most of the Islamic banking and Islamic financial sector has at that time had little effect by this financial crisis. This gives some attention and some special area about the Islamic banking system and Islamic finance. Many studies at that time, they say that the Islamic banking system should develop and should take into consideration the new trends in the banking system and financial system. Therefore, this study is one of these studies that is take the issue of Islamic banking and Islamic economy, Islamic finance in the highlight. The idea of the paper, that we know that Islamic bank and Islamic finance, they use Sharia system, and all the operations and activities and projects should be comply with Sharia regulations. Therefore, the main issue here, whether the Islamic banks disclose or state the transparent information that the investor can build their indicators. Because when I want to invest my money in the with any project of Islamic banks, I have to be sure that the indicators are, for example, positive, and I can achieve some return or some profit from this activity or from this investment. Therefore, the problem of the study, how to build the Islamic investment portfolio in the conventional banking system or traditional banking system. There are many studies, there are many guidelines, many issues that will help the investor to build their portfolio. But from the point of view of Islamic banking and Islamic system, still we need some guidelines and some indicators to see whether the performance of banking, Islamic banking, are positive, or also how to help the investor when he or she wants to build his investment portfolio model in the bank, in the Islamic banking system, in the long term, in the short term, and also in the long term. For your information, it is very important for the investor to measure the risk and return, risk and profit. Of course, any investment should reduce the risk and increase the profit, which is very difficult equation, by the way. You know about this. If the risk is high, we can expect that the profit is high. But if the risk is low, means the activity or investment will achieve low level of profit. But in the Islamic banks, the investor tried to build his or her investment portfolio, taking into consideration lower level of risk and higher level of portfolio of profit. This study is important for the investor when they want to build their portfolio investment or investment portfolio, and also it is important for the managers of the bank how to provide information. Many times there are many studies they put attention on the Islamic banking system that these banks did not disclose many information and very difficult for the investor and users of financial statements to build their decision model or investment portfolio model. Therefore, the researcher try from this paper to give more weight to the disclosure of information that the investor need when he or she wants to build his or her decision model. From the other side, also the study is about GCC countries. As we know that there are very little number of studies that discuss the investment portfolio in Islamic banking of GCC countries. Therefore, this study is one attempt to present the investment portfolio and indicators that we should use to evaluate the portfolio. The methodology that the researcher used is quantitative. He used secondary data, and these data from the 6 GCC countries, Qatar, UAE, Saudi, Kuwait, Oman, and Bahrain. The period of study is from 2010 to 2019. And this study is after the real estate crisis and before Corona crisis also. The data are collected from Standard & Poor Dow Jones database, which is very famous database. Also, the paper or the study used 4 proxy measures. These are Islamic indices in GCC countries, Standard & Poor GCC in vegetable Sharia, and the Standard & Poor GCC composite Sharia and Standard and Poor GCC composite Sharia dividend. These are the variables or the proxies that the study used. These proxies are used to evaluate the investment, the Islamic investment portfolio. When I have some investment in Islamic bank, I have to evaluate my investment portfolio by using one or more of these proxies. From the statistical point of view, the researcher used some advanced statistical test like auto-regressive distributed lag, ARDL method, which is very useful for the time series data. And the findings of the study show that when you, as an investor, when you want to evaluate your Islamic investment portfolio, you have to use Standard & Poor GCC composite Sharia, and also the Standard & Poor GCC composite Sharia dividend, Standard & Poor Sharia domestic total return index are, because they have a positive relationship in the long term of Islamic portfolio, but only one proxy, one index that is Standard & Poor GCC in vegetable Sharia is negatively related to the Islamic stock price index, which is the index used for evaluate the investment portfolio, Islamic investment portfolio. Also, the study used the error correction model in the short term as a test of ARDL model, and we found that some of proxies have a positive relationship with the Islamic portfolio, but two indices, they have negative relationship with the Islamic investment portfolio. There are some conclusion from or policy implications from this study. Basically, the study conclude that positive growth in the price of Islamic stocks depend on the diversifying the Islamic investment portfolio. This is very important. Yani, the advice here or the implication here, when you want to make your investment model in Islamic bank, you should not take only one type of this investment. You have to put your investment in some models, not only in one model. This will help you to hedge your portfolio against any expected risk. Also, the study will help the investor to evaluate the performance of the Islamic portfolio and also Islamic banks. The other implication, the study will improve the ability of the investor to control the risk in the Islamic performance portfolio. Usually risk is low with the Islamic banks, but on the other side, the profit also is low. But it seems that risk is very important factor here when you want to build your Islamic investment portfolio. Also, the reaction of the profit or return of Islamic indices toward the Islamic price also evaluated in this study. Means when you want to evaluate the profit or return from the Islamic investment, you have to take the stock price of this investment in the market. This will give you guidelines, or this will give you information how to evaluate the portfolio in the market. This is the information that presented from Dr. Faris for this study. Thank you very much. Any question?
Thank you so much, Dr. Mavia, for this very interesting presentation on behalf of Dr. Faris Al-Shubairi. This is really very interesting paper about the investment of Islamic investment into the Gulf countries. And now I invite any questions from the audience. Anyone has questions on this presentation? Okay, no questions. So Dr. Mavia, you can proceed on with your presentation.
Okay.
Okay, so I will stop this sharing, and you can share your own presentation, PowerPoint.
Can you see my presentation now, or?
No, it is not there.
Okay. 1 second. It's not there. Just a second.
Okay, yes, please take your time. Yeah. There is a green button there. Okay, just click on it. It will share. Down.
Now you can see the presentation?
No, it is still not open, Dr. Mavia. It is showing the folder, huh?
1 second. Now?
Yes. Now you can proceed further.
Okay. Shall I start? Dr. Sohail?
Yes, Dr. Mavia, you can start now.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum again. Now I will present my paper. The title of my paper is Earnings Equality and Foreign Investors in Gulf Cooperation Council countries. This paper authored by me and published in one journal called Contemporary Management Research in 2021. The time from submit to publish almost 1 year, from 17 August 2020 and published in 10th of August 2021. This journal is Scopus Index Journal. This journal is published by National Taipei University in Taiwan, and there are no submission fees and no publication fees. The journal is 4 issues per year. The study has 2 objectives, or 2 main objectives. Number 1 is to measure the earnings equality of the 6 GCC countries using a sample of 1,827 observation from 2018 to 2016. Not only this, but the second objective is to examine the effect of earnings equality on the attracting more foreign investors. You know that because the prices of oil and gas at that period went down, then all the GCC countries start to develop a plan of diversification of the economic. One of the area that in the diversification of economy is to attract more foreign investor. This study tried to give the foreign investor more information when they want to invest their money in any of the 6 countries in the GCC countries. Of course, as an investor, when I want to invest my money in any firm listed in market securities in GCC countries, I need information, especially information about earnings, about the earnings of these firms. The main source of this information about earnings is the financial statements, which are prepared and presented by these firms. But the problem that how to be sure that this information has high level of quality, or what is the level of the quality of this information? We know that accounting is the discipline that, or a system to provide information, but still there are a lot of issues or doubts about this information, whether these information are correct or not correct, valid or not valid, despite there is a work of auditor to audit the financial statement, but still there are some doubts about the level of quality of the earnings. The financial statements, just to give a quick brief about financial statements. Financial statements are the reports which used to publish the financial information for many users, including the foreign investor. This information will help them in building their investments model or any decision model. In accounting, as a system of providing information, we have 4 basic financial statements. First one called balance sheet, when you want to know what is the assets, what is the liabilities, what is the capital or the wealth of the firm. The second one is income statement. Income statement to provide information about the income that achieved by the company for 1 year. A cash flow statement to present the cash flow and cash inflow and outflow, from where the company bring the cash and where this cash going on. The fourth one is shareholder changes statement, which present the changes of equity between the beginning and the ending of the year. These financial statements are the main source of information about earnings. If you want to know what is the level of earnings, you have to go for these financial statements and make your measurement about the quality. This is what I did in the paper. Earnings quality, as I quote from some references, the earnings quality is about relevance and reliability of financial information. Now, again, quickly, information presented in the financial statement, but are these information relevant? Are these information reliable when I want to take my decision? This is the meaning of earnings quality. The paper tried to answer these two questions: how to use different proxies of earnings quality to measure the quality of earnings in non-financial firms in GCC countries, and number two, how to examine the effect of these earnings quality on the attracting more foreign investor. To measure the quality or earnings quality, sorry, to measure the earnings quality, the investor or the financial analyst, because we know that not all investors, they can use the financial information, they should use different proxies. They should use different proxies, because if you use one proxy or two proxies, this will not cover the whole area of the investment. Because, you know, when you look at to the investment, you have to check the, for example, the profit, the risk, the level of uncertainty, and so on. Many factors you have to bring them to your model. Therefore, all the studies, previous studies, they try to use more and more proxies. For example, Anne in 2019, he used 4 proxies. Pirotti and Wagenhofer 2014 used 8 proxies. Francis 2004 and his colleagues used 7 proxies. But in my study here, I use 9 proxies. The last study was by Pirotti 2014. They used 8 proxies. But in my study, I try to collect data about 9 proxies. Then I use them to measure the earnings quality. These proxies are persistence, predictability, value relevance, earnings response coefficient, smoothness, earnings surprise, accrual quality, loss recognition timelines, and conservatism. Then I explain one by one what is the meaning of persistence and what is the hypothesis here. I have 9 proxies. 9 proxies. Maybe here you will see only 8 because number 3, which is the value relevance, has 2 proxies: proxy number 1 and proxy number 2. The first one about the relationship between the stock price and book value of the profit, and the second one is about the explanatory power of the coefficient of R square. Then after that, these are the results of the previous studies and my expectation about GCC countries. I made my expectation here based on the some facts and some information from literatures. Then in the methodology, I use the secondary data from 2008 2016. I collected these data from Capital IQ database and also some data from the capital markets and the websites of the firms. I removed some companies for some reason. The final sample was 1,827. These are the sample based on the country. Total is 1,860. It is different between, for example, Saudi Arabia 702, Oman 594, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and UAE. In UAE, as you know, there are two markets, Dubai and Abu Dhabi. I combine them together. The dependent, of course, in my model, the EQ, which is earnings equality, is the independent variables. I have 9 independent variables and 1 dependent variable. The dependent variable is the foreign investor, which is defined by the percentage of equity shares by all foreign investors at the end of the year. Also, in this study, I used 3 control variables to control the relationship between independent and dependent variable. These are the firm size and the type of auditor and the risk or the leverage. Then, of course, there are 9 models, but very difficult to present all of them. I present only one model, which is the persistence. Persistence means that the investor expects that the profit from this company is sustainable, and also it will be in the same level or increasing level in the future. If you want to be sure that the profit is sustainable, you have to use this proxy, which is called persistence, and this is the model that I use in the measuring the persistence. Then, of course, in each model, there are 2 steps. Step number 1, to measure the EQ, the quality, the earnings quality. And step number 2, to explain the effect of EQ, the independent variable, on the foreign investor, of course, along with the control variable. Statistical test, I use some, the basic, like normality test, autocorrelation test, descriptive statistics, correlation test, and regression. Regression based on the Houseman test. Houseman test give me the result that I have to use the random effect, because in Houseman, you know that there are 2 types of tests, random effect and fixed effect. Based on the result of Houseman, I use random effect. These are the descriptive statistics and measuring of the first model, which is persistence. We can see the result that all results are significant at 0.01, and this is the explanation of the results. The variables are positive, of course, but with different concentration. Like, for example, I present the highest one. The highest correlation was in Bahrain. The lowest one was in Saudi. And the final result for this model is in Oman. The result means that earnings of Omani firm and other countries expect for Saudi are more persistent and more sustainable. Yani means if you want to invest your money, you can invest your money in one of the Omani companies based on my result, but don't come to me later if you lose your money. This is the result of the relationship or effect of earnings equality on the foreign investor. If you see all models here significant, except for Emirat UAE, it is not significant. And in Saudi, it is negative. In Oman, is it positive? In Bahrain, positive also, but in Kuwait and Emirat, it is not like this. The result of this indicates that sustainability of earnings in Oman will attract more foreign investors. Therefore, the hypothesis number one accepted only in Oman, but not in other GCC countries. Then also in the study, I try to order or give rank to the EQ measures because they are 9. Therefore, to give the investor more information, what is here, what is the investor, if the investor he wants or she wants to make an order for these proxies, he can use this table. Like for example, in Oman, the persistence is number 1, and also the conservatism is number 1. You will find different results here based on the result of the study. The conclusion, I found different conclusion in the GCC countries, despite there are some similarities between them, but also on the side of financial statement, they have some differences. Like for example, in Oman, this proxy is preferable, and Kuwait, value relevance, in Bahrain, predictability, and so on for the other proxies. Then I compare between my expectation before and my actual result. For example, in Oman, as I expected for model number 1 or proxy number 1, I expected positive relationship. I found only in Oman it is like this, but in the other is not effect. Predictability, the second one, for example, I expected positive. I found this only in Oman also. And also this will give you more information about what the study expected before and what is the actual result based on the analysis of the study. There are many implications from the study. There's no time to present all of them, but here multiple earnings equality measures have different. As I told you before, when any researcher he wants to study the earnings equality, he should take more proxies. Don't take only 1 or 2 proxies. You have to study the decision from different areas, because if you read the definition of each proxy, you will find each proxy focus on different area of the investment model. The study provides some application for the investor, for the managers, for the policy maker in the markets, GCC market securities, and try to cover many things to attract foreign investors. There are some limitations for the study. The study is focused only on non-financial listed firms in GCC countries. We ignore the financial and banking system. The study focused only on GCC countries, but it is not focused on the Middle East region. Maybe in next study, inshallah. And also number of observations. Sometimes it is different between the proxies, because data sometimes it is not available, very difficult to collect the data. Thank you very much, and I'm very sorry for taking long time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mavia. It was indeed very interesting, presentation, and your study seems, very good, which is conducted on, the GCC countries about the, earnings quality, and especially the, use of proxies into the, investment. So
it was long study. It took me around 1 year. And also I choose this journal because this journal publish per issue only 3 or 4 papers, and especially long papers. My paper is around 48, if I'm not wrong, 48 pages, which is very difficult to find journal to publish 48 pages in one research.
Yes, yes, I remember. I have, when you have sent your paper for, this incentive, I have seen your paper and it was very lengthy. And
Yes.
mashallah, I wish you all the best for a very good number of citations in your research through this paper.
For all, inshallah.
Yeah, inshallah. So, Dr. Mavia, I have one question. Okay,
Yes.
I don't have too much, knowledge about this area, but what I learned from your presentation. So, is it better for the firms to have more proxies when they are planning for investment, like foreign direct investment, or less number of proxies?
Actually, this is based on your decision. Yani, what is your perspective? What is your plan for the future? If you, for example, in Oman, we found that the good proxy that we can use is persistence, which is focused on the sustainability of the profit. Maybe the profit will be low, but at least it is sustainable. If you want to use different proxies, it is okay, but you have to be careful about your output. What exactly you want? What is the objective of your investment? Then you can choose the proxy that to help you in deciding about your investment.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mavia. And if we talk about Oman, you suggested that persistent is the best proxy to which can be considered by the firms. So
Yes.
what do you think? The persistence, it depends upon which kind of business environment. Is it legal environment, political, or cultural? What kind of environment is mostly considered?
Yeah, political and economy.
Political and
On the
economic.
political factors and economy factors. Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Thank you
yes.
so much, Dr. Mavia. Any other questions from the audience? So I think there are no questions from the audience any further. So thank you so much, Dr. Mavia, for your presentation. And I also thank you for the, collegiality you have shown for presenting in place of Dr. Faris Al-Shubairi. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Okay. And I wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Now, from the third presentation is from Dr. Muhammad Ali Baith Ali Suleiman. Okay, Dr. Muhammad, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
I can hear you.
Please continue. Yeah.
Yes, please. Thank you. So can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, Dr. Suleiman. Okay, you can proceed. It is
Okay,
there.
thank you. Okay, thank you. So my paper is about energy efficiency and the circular economy in the automobile industry of Oman. So the objective of this study is the assumptions of the oil is rapidly growing and the oil producing countries have a responsibility to fulfill the demand. The global oil supply is heavily dependent upon the members of the organizations of petroleum exporting countries, OPEC, notably Saudi Arabia and Iraq. So Oman is among the biggest users of oil in the Middle East region, and requires large amount of oil to support its productions and transport sectors. So it's increased the demand of the oil has led towards environmental issues along with the threat of rapid depletions of oil reserves due to unavailability of the energy efficient alternatives. So keeping this in the view, following are the main objectives of this research paper: to cultivate a better understanding of the consumers' profiles about EEV. EEV is a stand for energy efficient vehicles. To investigate the motivating factors that influence consumers to choose EEV or energy efficient vehicles as their choice of vehicles. So to develop a model on the behavioral intention to purchase EEV that may be able to boost the marketability of this category of vehicles among consumers in order to provide recommendations to the relevant government and non-government agencies about the environmental advantages and the financial benefits by buying EEV over the conventional vehicle, so that it will motivate citizens to become more environment friendly. So here we will look at the literature review regarding the green purchase behavior is a consumer's willingness to buy green products for the sake of environment. So since 1970s, substantial amount of research has been done on a green. I think we have to close.
Anyone, please close your mics.
Muawiyah, I think. Still is mic open.
Okay, yeah, Dr. Sulaiman, sorry, please
Sorry,
continue.
Okay, Doctor. Okay, so since 1970, a substantial amount of research has been done on the green purchase behavior, and many factors, including interests, beliefs, desires, motives, and perceptions, influence the choice of consumers in the purchase of green products. So purchase of green products is conceptualized as the probability of inclination of an individual to consider buying an eco-friendly products over the conventional products. So understanding the consumer's purchase behavior provides marketers with information related to consumers' buying criteria, which affects their decisions related to purchase of the products, and purchase intention is an element in consumers' purchasing decision and is viewed as the complicated process which varies according to the type of product or service. Attitude has always been highlighted as an important precursors of the behavioral intentions of consumers, and it is acknowledgeable inclination to react in a constantly positive and negative manner towards a product. So actions of the consumers also can be separated into behaviors that are general and particular, so that the general approach is about it is about prosperity to behavior accordingly, while a particular approach is about a strong predictors for the specific product. So therefore, different attitudes towards green products such as electric vehicles is also widely considered. So it reflects opinions or views in the environmental market research about the decision to purchase green products. Additionally, green products attitudes by consumers varies from general environmental attitudes toward green purchase decisions to achieve environmental sustainability, so that consumption's value theory, CVT, is a comprehensive model which assimilates the different consumers' values such as functional, emotional, symbolic, novelty, and conditional value. So consumption's value defines how will the consumer's fulfillment with the products is accomplished. So from based on the literature review, I developed some hypotheses that developed based on the literature review. And H1, we have functional value has a positive effects on consumers' behavioral intention to purchase energy efficient vehicle. Second hypothesis said symbolic value positively affect the consumer's behavioral intention to purchase energy efficient vehicle. An emotional value positively affects the consumer's behavioral intention to purchase energy efficient vehicle. Novelty value positively affects consumers' behavioral intention to purchase energy efficient vehicles. And conditional value positively affects the consumer's behavioral intention to purchase energy efficient vehicles. Also, functional value positively affects consumers' attitude towards the energy efficient value, and symbolic value positively affects the consumer's attitude towards the energy efficient vehicle. And emotional value positively affects the consumer's attitude towards the energy efficient vehicle. And novelty value positively affects consumers' attitude towards energy efficient vehicle. And finally, conditional value positively affects consumers' attitude towards the energy efficient vehicle. Coming to the value and implication of this paper, the idea of energy efficient vehicles, EEV, has gained popularity in the fields of science, technology, and innovation, so that the relationship between energy efficient vehicles and sustainable economy has earned an interest of scientists, automakers, economists, and environmental activists, so that consumers prefer environment-friendly products and innovations, and energy-efficient vehicles will reduce the consumptions of fuel, CO2 emissions, and high levels of pollution. Hence, it has far-reaching benefits for governments, consumers, and producers of the EEVs. So those it is imminent to pay attention to sustainable economic activities and green energy. So this research aims to assess consumers' intention to and consumers' attitudes toward energy efficient vehicles with the help of theory of consumptions. So the results of the research will help in understanding the positive impact of the energy efficient vehicles on the demand of oil, fuel consumptions, decreased pollutions, and less CO2 emissions. The findings of the project will help also in creating awareness about the green energy and its significance for the better futures of the planet. For practical implication of the research will help in creating awareness about green energy and energy efficient vehicles among the consumers of Oman. Focus on the green efficiency is compulsory for all stakeholders as it can reduce the high demand of oil, pollution, and gasoline use. High consumptions of gasoline in Oman has resulted in high CO2 emissions. So the adoptions of fuel efficient technologies such as EEV will help in reducing CO2 emissions. Adoptions of EEV will reduce consumptions of fuel and fulfill the energy demands of Oman. So EEV are significant for the less air pollution and by reducing exhaust emissions. Additionally, use of renewable energy in EEV can also reduce greenhouse gas emissions, so that EEV is eco-friendly and can benefit the consumers and governments in a long run, so that sustainable approach may be adopted by consumers if they are inclined to switch towards energy efficient vehicles. Also, green energy can help in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed, for a very interesting presentation. Your study seems to be very interesting and highly relevant in context of Oman. So, and I hope this concept, it is for use in Oman's economy, and as you have mentioned that it is a part of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals also.
Yes.
So it is very important, very good study.
Thank you.
So now I invite questions from the audience. Any questions on Dr. Mohammed's presentation? So I think there are no questions, Dr. Mohammed. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hussain. Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, friends. After 3 presentations, it is my turn now, and I'm going to make a presentation, a short presentation, because I understand it is Thursday, the weekend day, and it's almost 3:30. So I will try to finish as quickly as possible. So this presentation is about the research paper me and Dr. Hafiz Wasim Akram has written, and it is about the prospects of India-Oman trade relations. And we have tried to carry out an empirical investigation, trying to identifying the prospects of the trade between the two countries. So here in this presentation, I will talk about the introduction, the background, the methodology, analysis, the findings, conclusion, and some recommendations on the basis of our study. So as I told you, this paper is about the prospects of the international trade between the two countries. So which is very important, and mainly the concept of bilateral trade, the trade between the two countries, it is very important for the economic development of the countries. This applies to India as well as Oman, because both are emerging economies. India is also a fast emerging economy, and Oman is also into the emerging category. So bilateral trade is very important for the economic development of these countries. And as you know that these two countries, if we talk about India, it is the second largest populous country in the world. And Oman, it is also have population. So both these countries, they constitute around 18% of the total world population, which is quite significant. And they constitute around 2.49% of the total land area, which is also very significant. And they represent 3.18% of the total world GDP at the current US dollar, which is according to the latest World Bank statistics 2020. Then this concept of bilateral trade, it is very important and highly relevant when the countries which are involved into the bilateral trade, they are involved into several areas of economic development, like creating a conducive ecosystem for the small and medium enterprises, large firms, and especially about the economic sustainability, and of course for the innovation also into the all kinds of firms. Then in an effort to access the broader trading market and integrate with the world larger world economy, which is studied by Ghani and Al Mawali in 2013, Oman also took the initiative to become a member of the regional bloc. The Indian Ocean Rim Association for Regional Cooperation, It is a group of countries which was established in 1995. This initiative was to increase its level of trade, investment, and tourism while maintaining its traditional, historical, and cultural values. After that, after the follow-up of the SAARC agreement and ASEAN Indian Free Trade Agreement AIFTA, Look West policy for closer economic integration with the GCC countries, and bringing all the 5 countries of the BRICS on one platform. Okay, this is a research by by the co-author Akram in 2020. BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. These are the 5 highly developing countries. Okay, according to the report by McKinsey. If we go back into the history, we will find that India and Oman, they have been economically dependent on each other, and they have a scope of trade with each other dating back to the history. So Oman is considered as an extended neighborhood for India and natural economic hinterland, and with and they are very close to each other. Only Arabian Sea is there in between, and they are very close to each other. Oman is a very fast growing and emerging economy of the Middle East, especially the MENA area, Middle East, North Africa, which has recorded very impressive growth. So its GDP, grew at an annual rate of 3.3% between 2000 and 2019, around 20 years. It is growing very significant growth, and it is mainly due to the high oil crude prices and sustained domestic demand. Oman exports to the trading partners is generally constrained as a result of low levels of diversification in the non-oil sector, with a generally narrow range of export commodities. As you know, this Oman is heavily dependent on the petrochemicals industry. So the export commodities from Oman, it is relatively low as compared to its trading partner India. Okay, so let us move on further, and in the recommendations I will tell you what is what is suggested for, according to on the basis of this study. So in 2020, India exported around $2308.35 million worth of export items to Oman. And for the year 2020, Oman was India's 32nd largest export market. In 2020, India imported around $3045.1.48 million worth of import from Oman. And for the year 2020, Oman was the India's 28th largest import sourcing partner. After UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia, India was the 4th largest market for Omani exports, which is quite significant. And this these figures, these statistics, it determine what is the importance of India for Oman. So, however, any significant continuous increment into their bilateral trade has been elusive during the last 2 decades, barring a few years, especially after 2000, when their bilateral trade has risen to a great extent. There is no direct study on India's trade relations, especially related to the reasons behind the subdued bilateral trade. So this is an attempt by the 2 authors, to bring this information into the research, and there have been no studies before in this area. So this is a quite significant research gap for the study. After that, as I have told you, this paper is going to examine the present status of the bilateral trade between the 2 Asian countries, which is India and Oman, strictly in economical terms only. So it will also investigate whether a free trade agreement is possible or not between these 2 countries, and we are going to bring this thing with the help of Balasa's revealed comparative advantage, RCA index, and trade complementarity index, which is the TCI as mentioned by World Bank. So let us go to the background. Okay, what has been the background into this area? So few papers are there. Okay, one is by Al-Marubi in 2000, and again he made a revision into 2005. And Thenakun and Disanaike, this is from the Sri Lankan, Sri Lankan authors in 2015, Keho in 2017, and Philbin in 2017. Regional development is a global challenge, a result of the acceleration of the globalization and transformation in the geopolitical order, which is the research of Pike et al. 2017. Taneja in his study research in 2003, they stated that an FTA, free trade agreement, is between the nations is suggested, but it doesn't provide a solution to the issue and challenges of the transaction cost, which is emphasized on reducing the number of administrative obligations at each stage of the trade transaction, including shipping barriers by streamlining and minimizing the redundant procedures and use of IT technologies like EDI, okay, which is going to reduce the interface. Again, Taneja pointed out that the incidence of informal trade between India and Sri Lanka has decreased since liberalization, and that further tariff reductions and harmonization of domestic taxes, it will further lower the incidence of informal trade. Then there was another study on India and Sri Lanka free trade agreement, into which it was found that it was quite significant, very important for step in bringing the two emerging economies of Southeast Asia together, okay, which is possibly going to increase the exports of both the countries. Irshad and his team in 2018, they provided a comprehensive review of the beneficial effects of the trade within a gravity modeling framework. This is another method of reviewing the international trade, which is the gravity modeling framework. However, in our study, we have used the RCI and TCI. After that, trade openness matters for ecological footprint, which is a study by Osturk and his team in 2016. And openness to trade, among other factors, have a significant impact on the governance, which was proposed by Al-Marubi in 2004. Now, I will tell you about the objectives of the study. So the first objective was to analyze the trade relation between India and Oman. Second, to analyze whether trade increment is possible among the two countries. So trade can be increased or not. Third, investigate the untapped trade between Oman and India. If exists any, if yes, the quantum of untapped trade and the potential areas where bilateral trade can be augmented. Fourth objective was to explore any possibility of a free trade agreement between India and Oman. Okay, and the benefit of to both the countries. And finally, suggest the measures to foster the trade between India and Oman. So the methodology, it is, this study is totally based on secondary data. Okay, since, primary data is not possible for this study. So we, collected, secondary data from multiple sources like United Nations Comrade Database, World Integrated Trade Solutions, WITS database of the World Bank, UNCTAD, okay, database, Ministry of Commerce of both the countries, various global competitiveness reports, ITC Geneva database, and obviously articles, okay, which we have discussed into the literature review and the introduction, that some of the articles we have mentioned. So those journals, articles, books, they have been used for the data. Now these are the three statistical tools which were recommended for the study. The first one is the World Bank's WITS Online Trade Outcomes Indicators Usual Manual version 1.0 2013 September. Second one is International Trade Center ITC Technical Notes on Trade Competitiveness Map, which is the TPI. And thirdly, International Trade Center's User Guide on Trade Competitiveness Map, which is the Trade Performance HS. Okay. HS, actually, it is the higher system codes, okay, which is used in international business. Then the Trade Intensity Index, okay, this is a little bit technical term, which is basically very relevant for the, the researchers which are into international trade. and they know what is the importance of trade intensity index between the countries. So this concept is used to determine whether the value of the trade between the two countries is greater or small than would be expected on the basis of their importance into the world trade. So it is defined as the share of one country's exports going to a partner divided by the share of world exports going to the partner, and it is calculated as you can see into the formula. Okay, it is the trade ij equals to bracket xij divided by xit for the whole world divided by xwi divided by x world trade. Okay, and these are the terms. After that, and the second, concept where we have used into this research is the revealed comparative trade advantage, which is the RCA, which is actually the ratios developed by Balasa in 1965, and it is widely used to know the degree of export specialization of a country in various export products. So the RCA index is defined as employed by a number of policy makers such as Pitagala et al. In 2005, Yeats in 1996, and Michaeli in 1995 in their policy-related studies. RCA index, if it is more than one, the country is specialized in the export of that product, and if the RCA index is less than one, country is not specialized and there is a comparative disadvantage. And you can see the formula here. Okay, this is the formula for the revealed comparative trade advantage. Then we have another concept, which is the trade complementarity index. Okay, it has been employed to check the degree of trade complementarity import export of the trade partners. Okay, what is the feasibility of the export degree of export between the two trading partners? So the trade bloc is likely to grow and prosper if the member countries exhibit a high degree of trade complementarity, and will fail in case of low complementarity of trade between them. If the TCI is equal to 100, okay, they are the ideal trading partners. And if it is 0, import export doesn't match, okay, and it is not feasible to go for a trade agreement between the two countries. Then we have another concept, which is the indicative trade potential. This method is used by many policy makers such as the International Trade Center, ITC, Geneva, Christian Helmers, and Jean-Michel Pastilles. This is such an indicator which is based on the highest trade possibility between the two countries. The indicator is based on the principle that the importing country should absorb all export from the exporting country to the extent of the import requirements of itself. Okay, and you can see the formula here. Okay, it is also related to the export. Then these are the statistics, okay, which we have collected from the year 2005 up to the latest figures in 2020. So you can see the trade between India and Oman in US dollars. Okay, where X is the export to Oman, X% India's export to Oman out of India's total export to the world. I is the imports from Oman, I% India's import from Oman out of India's total import from the world, and TT% is India's total trade with Oman out of India's total trade with the world in percent. Okay, and these numbers, they were taken from the ITC data, Switzerland. Now you can see this is the graph, okay, which is showing the trends in India's trade with the Oman, and you can see the red line, okay, it shows India's export to Oman. The green line shows the India's imports from Oman, and the purple line, it shows the India's total trade with Oman. Okay, total trade, both export and import. You can see it is quite significant. Okay, and it was highest in the year 2013, and after that there has been a little bit downfall in terms of values, and mainly it is because of the the downfall or the decrease into the petroleum prices. Okay, due to which the revenues of the Gulf countries, it has fallen down. After that, India's trade with top 5 countries and the position of Oman in the year 2020. You can see there are several countries listed here like United States, China, United Arab Emirates, Hong Kong, Singapore, KSA, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Oman at number 32. You can see export percent, okay, rank, okay, country, and import percent. So you can see in context of Oman, export percent and import percent, it is 0.8, which is the same. Then Oman trade with India vis-a-vis other GCC countries. You can see India's trade with the total GCC countries, it is 13.06, okay, in the year 2016 to 2020, and you can see it is quite low as compared to other countries like United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. However, okay, it is more than Qatar, Kuwait, and Bahrain. In terms of import, again you can see from the GCC total it is 15.24, and from UAE it is quite significant. From Saudi Arabia, from Qatar, now you can see imports from Qatar, it is more, okay. From Kuwait also it is more, and Oman is only ahead of Bahrain. Then the top 5 exported items, okay, which are basically the commodities I told you. It is the mineral fuels, mineral oils, and the products of their distillation, like what here we have a company in Salala methanol, okay, like those products, chemical products, machinery, mechanical appliances, nuclear reactors, boilers, articles of iron and steel, cereals, okay, organic chemicals, okay. So these are the products which are exported from India, okay. And the 5 imported items, okay, which are from Oman, it is the mineral fuels, mineral oils, and products of their distillation, bituminous substances like coal and all, energy products, fertilizer, shipboard and floating structures, shipboard and floating structures, okay. And these are the HS codes. You can see 27, 31, 89, 29, and 25. And some chemicals are also there, like salt, sulfur, earth and stone, okay, plastering materials, lime and cement, okay. These are there are a lot of in Dhofar region, lot of gypsum and limestone is there. So Oman is exporting this also in a great number, big number. After that, the trade intensity between India and Oman, this shows the trade intensity from the year 20,000 to 2020. Okay, you can see in the year 2000 it was 5.08, which went below in 2010, and after that it has risen significantly, and today it stands at 5.09 according to the data in 2020. After that, we have the trade intensity between India GCC countries. Okay, you can see all the 6 GCC countries are mentioned. Okay, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Oman. And you can see from 2002 up to 2020, you can see the data is mentioned here, and the average is also there. Oman average is 4.75, which is quite impressive. Okay. After that, it is the RCA revealed comparative advantage of Oman. Okay. There are 43 products whose RCA value is greater than 1, and these are the products into which India has enjoyed the comparative advantage over the rest of the countries in exporting the goods into the global market. So revealed comparative advantage, okay, between India and Oman. So number of products at HS2, 2-digit code in which a country has revealed comparative advantage if it is more than 1. You can see India, it has 43 items, Oman has only 8 items. Products at HS2 digit code in which a country has RCA over 1 or comparative advantage in percentage, it is 43.43 in case of India and only 8.08% in case of Oman. And lastly, products at HS2 digit code in which a country has RCA less than 1 or comparative disadvantage. You can see India has 56.56% of products, while Oman has quite significant higher, which is somewhat negative. 91.92% of items in Oman, they have comparative disadvantage. Okay. After that, it is the revealed comparative advantage of India. Okay, like there are several products like coffee, tea, meat, and spices, which includes 9 numbers. Okay, cereals 10, lac, gums, raisins 13, vegetables and plating materials 14, silk, okay, cotton 52, other vegetable textile fibers 53, carpets and textile floor 57, other made up articles which is 63 in number, and natural cultured pearls which is 71. All these products RCA values are more than 5 in most of the years. Then, however, products like tobacco and manufactured tobacco 24, organic chemicals 29, tanning and dyeing extracts 32, special woven fabrics 58, footwear gaiters 68, iron and steel 72, articles of iron 73. They do have comparative advantage, but with low RCA values between 1 and 2. This study also points out there are some commodities whose RCA values are increasing over the years, like cereals and gums. Whereas there are some products whose RCA values are decreasing over the years, like fish, articles of leather, silk, carpets, and natural cultured pearls. So you can see this is the RCA of India. Okay, several items are there, some of which I have discussed just now. So you can see from 2010 up to 2020 how the statistics have been going. After that, limitations of the study. The study is based on the secondary research. As I told you, primary data is not possible. However, the data has been collected from the reliable sources, as I have mentioned you. Okay, all the very respectable and international organizations, the data has been collected. And this study is based only on HS2 digit commodity classification. More disaggregate analysis would be attempted into the future research. Scope of research, there are, as I have told you before also, the very few studies have been made into this area in terms of international trade between the, countries, like all the GCC countries, whether it is Oman, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Emirates, whatever, between the emerging countries. Okay, a lot of countries are there like India, China, okay, which are the emerging economies. So there is a lot of scope of doing the future research between the countries. Okay, and there is scope for studying India's services trade with regional members, and more disaggregate analysis will be attempted into the future research. These are the references, okay, some of the studies which we have included into the study, and that's all this presentation. Now I invite questions, okay, from the audience about this research presentation. If you have any questions, you are welcome, please. Yes, any questions, please, from the audience? So I think there are no questions. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so this was the last presentation from CCBA session. Okay, and there were 4 presentations into this session, which started at 2:30 p.m. First 2 were presented by Dr. Mavia Lani. The third presentation was made by Dr. Muhammad Ali Suleiman, and the fourth presentation was made by me, okay, Dr. Suhail Ghaus. It was indeed a very successful event organized by the Department of Research, Dhofar University. And here all the faculty members of Dhofar University from different colleges, College of Engineering, College of Arts, okay, and College of Commerce and Business Administration, they make their presentations, okay, on which they have either received the incentives over their research or for the conference grants. This was indeed a very successful event, and I hope to see such kind of events in future also. Thank you so much, all the audience, okay, for your valuable time, for your persistence, for your time you have spent here. Okay, thank you so much. And all the audiences, they can fill the links provided into the sessions, okay, for their certificates. Best of luck. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.